Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other board members who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2022-007. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once their case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status case number 21 PRO 00093, Murdoch Supermarket, license number 105822. This hearing is canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. See board order number 2022-060. The next case on our calendar is another protest hearing status, case number 21 PRO 00095, Aces Lounge, license number 119314. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's consideration. The next case on our calendar is a show cause hearing status, case number 21 CMP 00065, Empire Lounge, license number 110702. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Good morning, Chairperson. Please stand by.
Thank you.
Richard Bianco, your rights have been elevated. I do not see the licensee.
Mr. Bianco is representing the licensee, so I'm not sure if the licensee will be here.
James Jordan, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Mr. Bianco, just before, is your client joining you this morning, sir?
No, Mr. Chair, he won't be here this morning.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jordan, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. James Jordan, that's JamesJordan, on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Bianco, can you please state your name, spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure, Richard Bianco, last name Bianco, here on behalf of the licensee.
Good morning. All right, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
No, Mr. Chairman, the parties do not have an OIC at this time.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 23rd, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. I will again want to remind all parties that 7 days if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days before the hearing, each side is required to exchange documents and witnesses to each side and also to the agency. Any questions?
None from the applicant.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00054 Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Stand by. Sidon Johannes, your rights have been elevated. I do not see the licensee on the line. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Udonis. Is your client joining us this morning?
No, I don't believe my client's on the line.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Of course, James Jordan, that's JamesJordan, on behalf of the district today.
Thank you, Ms. Johannes.
Sidon Johannes, on behalf of the licensee, that's SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairman, the parties do not have an OIC to present to the board at this time.
All right, good morning. Thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 16th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Once again, I would want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses and also share those documents with the agency. If that's not done, in the sense that documents and witnesses are not exchanged, the board might prevent the introduction of documents and witnesses if good cause is not shown why the documents were not exchanged 7 days before the hearing. Are there any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, then hearing none, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next case is case number 21 CMP 00064 Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 11739. Is this your case, Ms. Giannis?
Yes, it is.
All right. Okay, fine. Is your client joining you?
No, my client is not.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jordan, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Sure thing. James Jordan, JamesJordan, on behalf of the government.
Good morning again, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Giannis, can you please state your name for the record, please, and who you represent?
Sidon Johannes, on behalf of the licensee, that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairperson, the parties do not have an offer in compromise to present at this time.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 16th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Once again, I'm reminding all the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses and also share with the agency. If this is not done, the board, unless good cause is shown, might prevent either side from calling witnesses and relying on documents that were not disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Are there any questions?
None for the licensee.
None from the government. So, all right. Thank you very much. March
Thank you.
16th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 21CC 00031, New Dodge Market, license number 99565. This case has been continued to March 23rd, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. See Board Order Number 2022-064. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00031 Bread and Chocolate, license number 94780. This case has been continued to March 16th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. See Board Order Number 2022-063. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00045 Georgetown Inn West End, Castas Rum Bar, license number 109462. This case has been continued to March 23rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. We're now surprisingly at the end of our morning calendar, and so since we're at the end of our morning calendar, I will now move to our legal agenda. The first case in our legal agenda is a review of an amendment to settlement agreement dated May 31st, 2020 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Columbia Room, license number 100376. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our legal agenda is the review of a settlement agreement dated February 9th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5B and Murdoch's Supermarket, license number 105822. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 3, a review of the joint motion to continue show cause hearing dated February 10th, 2022 in case number 21 CMP 00045 Georgetown Inn, trade name Castas Rum Bar, license number 109462. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Ms. Henson will not participate in this vote. Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. So Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0 with Ms. Henson abstaining and not participating in this vote. Number 4, review of the District of Columbia's consent motion for continuation dated February 9th, 2022 in case number 21 CC 00031 Bread and Chocolate, license number 094780. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett
Grandis.
seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of the District of Columbia's consent motion for continuance dated February 14th, 2022 in case number 21 CC 00031 New Dodge Market, license number 099565. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6 on our legal agenda is a review of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3D, the resolution requesting extension of the Glover Park moratorium zone dated February 10th, 2022. This is just an FYI for the board. Number 7 on our agenda is a review of the Glover Park moratorium zone notice of emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is the review request to remove license from safekeeping in order to reopen on or about March 1st, 2022. This is for Bullfrog Bagels Pese, license number 100249. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will
Crockett
second.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. Let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for a new CX multi-purpose facility license. This is Whitfield Entertainment Group Studios, Inc., license number 120468. I make a motion that we have a fact finding. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request for a nonprofit corporate auction permit for the auction event Salute to the Parks, which includes donated alcohol beverage items from wineries and distilleries. This is the event is from March 30th, 2022 through April 6th, 2022. The request is being made by the National Parks Conservation Association. The auction permit is 22 AUCTION-00002. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr.
Ed
Short, I
Grandis.
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review request to withdraw application for a new ABC license. This is for Monterey, license number 116210. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental license agenda. The first matter on us supplemental license agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for Magpie and Tiger, license number 120259. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. The licensee in this case has requested that we cancel the license. This is for Grand Cuisine, license number 087921. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. All right, we'll now move to the board's temporary license one-day substantial change docket. There are two licensee, there are three requests on this docket. I will read the name for the names, the type of license that's been requested, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve these requests. The first request, a request from Kalisha Harris, Khaleeleh, Kalia Harris. This is for one-day license class F. This is for birthday party. This is on February 19th, 2022. The license 30 attendees, the license number is 120547. The second request is a request made from Linda Harkness. This is for one-day license class G. This is a dinner for AAFA. The date is March 10th, 2022. The license number is 115 attendees. The license number is 120566. The third request is a request from Gallery O LLC, Gallery O and H. This is a one-day substantial change. This is a one-day substantial change request to use license off premises at 1350 8th Street Northeast for an event for no more than 50 patrons at one time where DJ may be provided for background music. This is on February 25th, 2022. The license number is 094849. The substantial change license is 22 SC 00541. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, our next docket is the license administrative docket. There are 29 requests on this docket. I will read all 29 names. The applicant, read aloud the request that's been made, and at the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC board grants approve these requests. So the first request, a request made by TAP 99, the license number is 116883. They're Retail SC Tavern. They're requesting an off-site storage permit application made to measure cocktails. The next request, a request from Nando Peri Peri, license number 078979, their Retail SC Restaurant. This is a change of officer application to add Milind Nettelbeck as Chief Development Officer. The third request is also another request from Nando Peri Peri, license number 078979, a Retail SC Restaurant. This is a letter of request to remove Nestor Nova as Vice President. Number 4, it's another request from Nando Peri Peri, license number 092802, a Retail SC Restaurant. Change of officer application to add Milind Nettelbeck as Chief Development Officer. Number 5, another request from Nando Peri Peri, license number 092808, Retail SC Restaurant, letter of request to remove Nestor Nova as Vice President. Number 6 is another request from Nando's Peri Peri, license number 079701, Retail SC Restaurant, change of officer application to add Milind Nettelbeck as Chief Development Officer. Number 7, it's another request from Nando Peri Peri, Retail SC Restaurant, letter of request to remove Officer Nestor Nova as Vice President. Number 8, Another request from Nando's Peri Peri, license number 097889, Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application to add Melind Nettelbeck as Chief Development Officer. Number 9, another request from Nando's Peri Peri, license number 097889, let up request to remove Officer Nestor Nova as Vice President. Number 10 is another request from Nando's Peri Peri, license number 092041, Retailer C Restaurant, change of office application to add Melind Nettelbeck as Chief Development Officer. Number 11 is another request from Nando's Peri Peri, license number 092041, let off request to remove Officer Nestor Nova as Vice President. Number 12 is a request from Seven Drum City, license number 116422, their Retailer D Tavern, class change application from Retailer D Tavern to Retailer C Tavern. Number 13 is a request from Zigzag. This is for pub crawl license application. The license number is 120493. Number 14, a request from Medusa Lounge, license number 118698, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 15, Maddie's Tap Room, license number 086770, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer to new location from 1100 13th Street Northwest to 2619 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. Number 16, a request again from Maddie's Tap House, license number 086770, Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application from Maddie's Tap Room. The new name is Maddie's Pizza. Number 17, a trade name Maddie's Pizza, license number 086770, Retailer C Restaurant, change of hours application. Number 18, trade name Maddie's Pizza, license number 086770, Retailer C Restaurant, entertainment endorsement application. Number 19, a request from White Shaw's, license number 101707, Retailer D Restaurant, class change application from a Retailer D Restaurant to Retailer C Restaurant. Number 20, a request from Stilina Pizzeria, license number 119742, a Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 21, request from New Heights DC Restaurant, license number 120532, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 22, a request from Amazon Retail LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119356. This is a retailer full service grocery, new ABC license application. Number 23, trade name Shoto, license number 119590, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 24, Pink Taco, license number 119694, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 25, Tigarella, license number 119978, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 26, Taqueria al Lado 2, license number 119979, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 27, Parkland Supermarket, license number 120024, Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. Number 28, His and Hers Restaurant LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 120010, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. And number 29, a request from the Carlos Restaurant, license number 001750, their Retailer C Restaurant. This is a transfer to new location from 4822 Yuma Street Northwest to 4000 Cathedral Avenue Northwest. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We have now come to the end of our morning agenda. Thank the public for who have signed in this morning to partake in our morning calendar. The board will then be in recess until 1:30 for our 1:30 schedule. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. I'm Donovan Anderson. I'm chair of the board. We have 5 of the members with us this afternoon: Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. This afternoon, we have, I believe, we have there are 4 cases that are on our calendar for this afternoon. Once the case is called, and once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and equipment and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Prior to going to our calendar, there are 2 agenda items I would like to address. So we need to do our second supplemental licensing agenda. And the first matter on our second supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Andy's Pizza, license number 199705. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our third supplemental license agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is Newland Restaurant, license number 120239. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. All right, so now let's now move to our afternoon calendar. The first case in our afternoon calendar is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00081, Dick's Market, license number 116408. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the right of the parties in this case, please?
Sure thing. Please stand by. Chrissy Chang, your rights have been elevated. The licensee is not present. Mary Gaffney, your rights have been elevated. I'm not seeing Antoine Holmes. Vanessa Pleites, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Holmes is one of the protesters, so we need to find Mr. Holmes unless there's someone else representing the ANC. And Ms. Chang, have you had any conversations with Mr. Holmes today regarding his appearance at this roll call hearing?
Chairperson,
I'm sorry.
I see that
Yes.
Gina Bullet has their hand raised.
All right.
Gina, I've unmuted you.
Yes, Mr. Mr. Holmes is not here today, but I am here today on behalf of Northeast Boundary Civic Association and our Civic Association President, Dr. Gaffney, as well as she is also a ANC leader within 7C. She is here today.
Who is
On the call.
representing who is representing the ANC today?
Dr. Gaffney,
Well,
Mary Gaffney.
why doesn't Dr. Gaffney say something? She's on.
Well, probably because she can't unmute.
Her rights were elevated, so that's why she's on that's why she's on my screen. Miss Foshman, have you unmuted Dr. Gaffney?
Rights have been elevated and I just manually unmuted.
Dr. Gaffney is unmuted now.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, this is a protest hearing case for Dick Street Liquor. Let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the licensee.
Hi, my name is Chrissy Cheng. I'm the authorized agent for the owners, Isra Inc., Isra S Inc., and the sole owner, Mr. David Gibbs, is right now is joining the hearing. And yeah, so I represent the business renewal applicant. Thank you.
Is that person? Hold on a minute, Ms. Chang. For some reason, I'm not hearing you well. So, is there someone else in the same location as you who's also online?
Okay, listen.
All right, Dr. Gaffney, can you please mute your phone, please, ma'am? I need everyone to mute their phone. All phones need to be muted. And when I call on you to introduce yourself, then you can unmute yourself. So let's start again. Ms. Chang, who is your client, and is that person has that person been unmuted? Are they online?
Okay, they are on the phone. Mr. Georgis is on the phone. That's what I understand.
All right. Can you put the person's phone number in the chat so Ms. Foshbon can elevate their rights? Because I don't know how many people I don't know how many people are online on the phone, so.
Nobody is
can you
online.
please unmute?
Who's speaking?
Can you? I'm sorry. My name. This is Chrissy Cheng on behalf of the owners of the renewal applicant. And could you please on the applicant, David Georgis, please?
What's the last 4 digits on their phone number?
Okay, phone number. Let me see.
The last 4 digits of their phone number.
Sure. 1705.
Ms. Foshman, do you see a 1705 to unmute, please?
Does he have a different name?
I think they're on the phone. They're on the phone.
Owner's wife, Miss the 0961, please.
I've elevated Fasika Shefera.
Yes, she is owner's wife.
All right. There's still an issue, Ms. Chang, with your volume. I'm not sure. I'm not hearing you well, and I don't know. I thought it was because someone else was logged in. Is there someone else in your office who is also logged in on this call?
No, it is just me. It is just me.
Right.
Let me see audio thing. Its volume is actually pretty. What about now?
Maybe you could turn your volume down a little bit, please. I think turn your volume down a little bit. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
And turn your volume down some and speak again. Let me.
Yeah, now, can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. Let me see something. I'm just trying. I can hear you, but I don't. Well, all right. Let's start at the beginning. All right. So, all right. All right. Can you please spell and state your name for the record again, Ms. Chang?
Sure. Chrissy Cheng, CHRISSE. My last name is CHANG.
And what's your role in this matter today, please? What's your role in this hearing, Ms. Chang?
I am an authorized representative of the owner, Isra S. renewal applicant.
All right, fine.
The sole owner is Mr. Tawet.
All right, is he on the phone? Can he please spell and state his name for the record? The owner of the establishment, please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Can I say his name?
You can call his name.
David Georgis.
Is he there? I need him to.
Could you please unmute Mika Shefaro, please? She keeps texting me that, the Abra didn't unmute me.
All right, Miss Foshburn, can you please unmute Miss Cheverall, please?
She's been elevated, but I unmuted her as well.
Miss Cheverall, are you there? Whoever is behind.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right,
Okay,
yes.
can you? Are you the owner? Are you the owner's wife?
I'm the owner's wife.
So is the owner there?
He was on, and all of a sudden the system fell, so he's trying to call in. We've been online since 1 o'clock.
Well, this hearing started at 1:30.
Right.
It started at 1:30. I came on the dais at 1:43. So has he been able to? Is he calling in, or is he good, or is he going to be on a telephone, or is he going to be
He's trying to use the phone to call in because the website didn't work now.
But it works for you. Why doesn't it work for him?
We're not in the same location, sorry.
Can you find out when he's called in?
Yes, sir.
You can and give me the last four. What's the last 4 digits of his phone number?
1705.
All right, so Ms. Foshbon, can you please look for 1705?
Let me call.
To see when that number has shown up, please.
I have unmuted a call-in user with the number starting with a 5. I cannot see the last 4 digits, but you're unmuted if you are the business owner potentially.
I'm sorry, who is that?
Hello.
Can you identify yourself, please? Hello, can you identify yourself, please?
Hello.
Can you please identify yourself?
Hello.
Can you please identify yourself, sir?
David, last name Georgis, Dix Market.
Can you spell your first name, sir, and your last name, sir?
My name is David. Last name Georgis, Giorgis.
Can you please spell your first name again, please?
David, DAWID. IT.
And your last name again, please, sir? Spell your last name again, please, sir.
GGIORGIS.
And you're the owner of Dick's, and what, you're the owner of Dick's Market?
Yeah, I'm owner of this market.
Thank you. All right, Miss Shaffer, can you
almost
I'm sorry, sir?
almost half an hour here. I don't know system is
Sir, Sir, this hearing was scheduled to start at 1:30.
yeah, 1:30.
At 1:30, I called the case at 1:45. I don't want anyone to be complaining that they've been here for half an hour waiting. Okay? We have a schedule. We have a schedule, and we're trying to comply as closely as possible to the schedule, sir. Okay? One of the beauty of doing this remotely, virtually, at least you didn't have to be sitting in if we were doing this in person, you would have been sitting in the hearing room for all this period of time, but at least you can be either in your office, in your business, or you can be out doing other things and make yourself available for this hearing. So I'm trying to keep this on a schedule and try to be accommodating for everyone's time. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Fonseca, can you please spell your first and your last name for the record and your relationship to this business, sir, ma'am? Ms. Fonseca, are you there?
My party got my wife.
I'm asking her to speak, sir. Is she on the line? All right.
She said she is muted right now.
Miss Foshman, can you please, if she's
There you go.
muted, can you please unmute her, please? Miss
Okay,
Fonseca,
I'm unmuted.
can you please,
Sorry.
Fonseca, can you please spell your first name and your last name and your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, sir. I apologize for everything, sir. My name is Fasika, Faseka. Last name Sheferaw, Sheferaw. And I am the wife of Dawit Georgis.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Gaffney, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship and explain to us who do you represent in this matter?
Mary Gaffney, Marry Gaffney. I represent the ANC.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Boulette, can you please spell and state your name for the record and who do you represent, ma'am?
GINA, B as in boy, U as in umbrella, L as in lion, E as in elephant, T as in table, T as in table. I represent Northeast Boundary Civic Association.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Yes, Mr. Short.
I'd just like to go on the record as knowing I do know and have worked with for many years Dr. Mary Gaffney through the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization, but that will have no bearing on what takes place in this hearing today. Just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Ms. Plates, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Vanessa Plates, Vanessa. Last name is Pleitez. Investigator for ABRA.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from either side that I have not recognized before we move on? Have I recognized all participants in this case? Okay, all right. All right, then. This matter comes before the board as a protest on the application to renew a license held by Ezra's trade name Dick's Market, retailer Class A, license number Abra 166408, located at 6221 Dick Street Northeast. By way of background, the board's record reflects that the following. The license application was placarded on August 20th, 2021. ANC 7C, represented by Chairperson Antoine Holmes, filed a protest on October 25th, 2021. A second protest was filed by the Northeast Boundary Civic Association on October 25th, 2021, represented at that time by Dr. Mary Gaffney. Both Protestant groups were granted standing at the roll call hearing held on November 15th, 2021. Now then, it has been brought to the board's attention that as a result of mediation and continued negotiation, only one issue remains in dispute, and that is the hours of operation, specifically the closing time for the establishment. Is that correct?
No,
Chen?
no.
Dr. Gaffney?
I will yield to Gina.
Ms. Bullet, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. If so, the board is inclined to propose the following format for today's hearing. Namely, the parties can stipulate on the record to those issues where agreement is reached, and then for the one remaining issue in dispute, the board is willing to take oral argument from each side as to why the establishment should close at the hour they are requested. Are the parties agreeable to that format?
Yes.
Ms. Chang? Ms. Chang?
Oh, yes.
All right,
Oh,
if so,
question, yes.
yes, Ms. Chang? You're saying yes, you're just, that's all you're saying, were you asking a question?
Sorry, hard time figuring out what you said. Could you please repeat that again?
No, I'm saying is that it's my understanding that the parties are in agreement on most and all issues with the exception of the hours of operation, the closing time. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And so what I'm asking is that I would be, if that's the case, the board would be inclined for the parties to stipulate on the issues that could stipulate on the record that the issues that they are in agreement to, and that we would then just hear testimony on the one remaining issue, which is the closing hour, where the applicant would tell the board why it believes that it should close at a specific time, and the ANC and the Civic Association would give testimony on why they believe that they want a shorter hour. And so what I'm saying, would the parties do that? I would then ask that the issues that are agreed to, that you would put that on the record, and this would be the board order. This would be a part of the board order, and then the board would just listen to testimony on both sides on the hours, the closing hours. And so
Can I start the reason of the, can I?
We're breaking up.
Can I start the?
Ms. Chang, I think it's your internet connection.
Okay, I would like to test it. Yes.
Ms. Chang, I think the problem is that it's your internet connection, because you are,
yes,
every couple of seconds you're freezing.
Okay. Actually, I am hearing well, hearing you very well, and I'm not sure there is any internet problem in my location. And
all right, let me ask
do you want me to to some place?
Am I the only one having problems hearing Ms. Chang? All right, Ms. Chang, when I look at my screen, I see that your screen is freezing, okay? So that tells me, I've been doing this for 2 years, so I can tell who is having internet, and here it is, you're gone. Your internet, ma'am, is not stable. Right, so for everyone, you're
Okay.
breaking up. We can't hear
Me,
you.
let me move
Yes, can you,
downstairs
can you move
and
to,
let me try.
yes, can you move to another
Yeah.
location where your
Okay.
internet works better, ma'am?
Yes, Sir, is this better?
Yes, Ms. Chang, much, much better.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. One second.
All right.
Sorry, everybody, about this problem and issues. Okay, so
All right, so what I stated earlier is that it's my understanding that the parties through mediation negotiation, they have agreed to almost all issues with the exception of the hours. The closure hours. So what I'm proposing is that the parties would stipulate by putting on the record what are the issues that were agreed to. So we'd offer that as a stipulation, we put that in the board order, and then we would just have testimony from the parties on why is it that the licensee is requesting the specific hour that they're requesting for closure, and the ANC and or the neighborhood civic association would present evidence on why is it that they want different hours. So what I'm saying is this agreeable to both sides? Is that agreeable to you, Ms. Chang?
yes,
And I believe that I did hear from Ms. Boulay that that was agreeable. Is that correct, ma'am?
yes,
And so what I'm also asking, if that's so, would the parties, are the parties willing to waive the examination of the board's witness because there would be no need for the board's witness to testify? Because she would just testify, she would be testifying, she's not qualified to testify on the appropriateness of hours. So she would just testify on what is it that she saw from her perspective. Is that agreeable?
Yes.
All right.
yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Chang.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Plater. You just did such a wonderful job that your testimony is no longer required today. You can watch the hearing if you so desire, but you're not mandated to be here. All right. So prior to us, so what I would ask is that I would ask you, Ms. Chang, to provide the board with the stipulations, all the issues that you have agreed to, and we will memorialize this as part of our board order. And then after that's done, then we'll have testimony from you and your client. Why is it that you're requesting the hours that you're requesting? And then the protestant will provide us with reasoning why is it that they are seeking shorter hours. Is that agreeable?
Yes, agreeable.
Are there any, outside of what I just stated, are there any other issue that we need to address prior to us starting?
There is no other issue, sir.
All right. Ms. Boulay, any issues on your side for us to?
I would just like to say we do really appreciate Investigator Playtez's follow-up and thoroughness in this process. It's been very refreshing.
Well, thank you for that representation, Ms. Boulay, it appears that I myself read the board order. I'm sorry, her case report, and I see that she had attended meetings with both sides. So thank you for the representation that you made, and maybe that's one of the reasons why this case is not going to go to a full hearing. It is just going to go. We're just going to have arguments on the hours. So thank you for the representation that you made on behalf of one of our employees. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right. All right. So, Ms. Chang, can you tell us then what are the issues that the parties have agreed? What's the agreement? What's the stipulation? So tell me what it is that the parties have agreed upon, and we will put this. This will be more memorialized as part of our board order.
Sure. Right now, the hours, the approved by the board is 12, the closing time is 12 a.m.
No, hold on, Miss, no. You were close with, what are the issues that you guys have agreed to? Tell me what is it tell me everything that the parties have agreed to. And we'll put that'll be part of the record. So this is what I want from you. What is it
okay, everything that
that both sides have agreed
to?
This is the stipulation.
Yes, both sides. Okay, we agreed with, because I came to downstairs, so please let me go to upstairs. I'm very sorry.
We will wait, ma'am. Take your time. Take your time. Don't run up the stairs.
Okay, I would like to start with the camera issue. We agreed with all the camera requirements, and then I provided the work contract signed by the web company owner that the camera is going to be installed as required, and the window repair. The applicant wanted to wait for the city's help, but they decided stop waiting for it. And then window repair is going to be all completed by February 25th.
Ms. Chang, can you hear me?
And all the proof as the signed contract was provided.
Ms.
And
Chang,
the volume of sale items. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I need you to go.
I can hear you.
But
it's lots of
yeah, and the reason why
actually
when I
still
right,
you have
when
a problem.
Right. When I don't speak, it's because I see that you're having, at least from the video perspective, that you're having some issues. So that's what.
Oh, I can't hear you.
You can hear me?
Okay.
All right. So when I don't speak, if you're addressing me, it's because I see it appears that something is going on with your camera.
I apologize to interject. She might have some luck if she turns off her camera. Sometimes when you have internet issues like that, it helps.
I was just about to suggest she do that. Thank you, ma'am. But I'll wait for her to come back.
Call-in user with the number
Hello?
starting with 7, you are unmuted.
All right, Ms. Chang, why don't you,
Yes, join the phone.
right, so, yeah, all right. So what, just turn your camera off. Just turn your camera off, please. And I think you'll be
Okay.
fine. And we can hear you.
I think this way is
Yes, ma'am. So just so just stay on the call-in and just log off the other one, so, okay?
let me leave.
Is it okay if I start it, if I say it?
Yes, miss, I can hear you I'm sorry. Well, all right, but you see, I need both sides. Okay, I'll have you do it, but I need both parties to, I'm sorry, is that Miss Boulette?
No, this is Fasika. Dick's
Okay,
Market.
all right, okay, all right. All right, I'll wait for, when she comes back, then I'll have you, if she has some issues, then I'll have you put it on, and then I'll make sure that, as far as she's concerned, that this is correct, because she's a representative, and then I'll confirm that with the other side. Okay, so, Ms. Fasika, and forgive me for the, Miss, how do you pronounce your last name for me one more time, ma'am?
Shifarao.
Shafaro. Just, yeah, once she comes back, once I hear from Miss Chang, then I'll have I'll have you tell me the terms, okay? What I want you to do is to specifically tell me, camera, this is what we want to do for the camera. For whatever it is, say, this is the issue, this is the result, this is how we're going to resolve it, okay?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's what I'm requesting.
Mr. Anderson, would it help if this is Gina Billette, would it help if I try to summarize everything and they can agree or disagree with my summary?
Well, normally what we would do, because the applicant is the one that it's the applicant's license, so therefore they're the ones who will say to me that this is what I have agreed to. So normally I would have the applicant tell me what it is, and then the protestant will say yes. So I need it to be from the applicant's perspective. But I also need Ms. Chang on the line, and she's not here. So whoever is gonna tell me what the concerns are, I need both sides. So whoever can do a better job in putting together. So Ms. Boulette, if you have it, fine. But I need Ms. Chang to be on the line, because I need to make sure that what you're saying, that as per the licensee, that the licensee agrees to what you're saying. So yes, I'll have you do that, but I'll wait for Ms. Chang to come back.
Fasika, is it okay if I summarize?
It's okay with me.
Okay. All right. So, but I need Ms. Chang to come back, because Ms. Chang has identified herself to us as the representative for the establishment. So I do not want to move forward without her coming back online.
Right.
So I don't know what, Ms. Foshman, is Ms. Chang connected to us? Because she was on the phone. I don't know what happened.
She is unmuted on the phone, and I don't see her computer online.
Right, I think she left the computer, but is she unmuted on the phone? Because we're having issues. So she's unmuted on the phone.
She is, yes.
Miss Chrissy Chang, can you please identify yourself, please?
Oh, you need to press *6.
Miss Bullet, let me ask you a question. Have you guys memorialized like a settlement agreement, but that has all the issues with the exception of the time? Do you guys have that?
And I
I'm sorry, who's
apologize.
speaking? Who's speaking?
This is me, Ms. Billette.
Okay.
Chairman Anderson, so that was my intention yesterday, but to finalize the draft, so we could get it signed, but unfortunately we couldn't come to agreement on that. But I have all the issues pulled up. I can summarize to you what we have agreed on, what we agreed on in back and forth negotiations, and where we still are.
All right, Ms. Chang, can you hear me? I can't hear you, Ms. Chang. Ms. Chang, I cannot hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Ms. Chang.
I think she's back on the computer and she's muted.
All right, but she's unmuted on the phone, but I'm still not hearing her on the phone because she has the phone in her hand. So she's Ms. Chang, are you, Ms. Foshman, can you please unmute her also on the computer too?
She's unmuted.
Ms. Chang, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
All right, this is what we're gonna do, Ms. Chang. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Bouled, she's gonna lay out what the issues are, what the agreement is. I'm gonna write them down. Please listen to them. At the end of the list, when she's done, I'm gonna ask you to confirm that your client has agreed to these. Is that okay with you?
Yes,
All right,
please do.
Go ahead, Ms. Bouled.
Okay, let me just pull up our original document. Okay, so we agreed on the issues regarding public space cleanliness and maintenance. That was no issue. We also had no issue on the signage, loitering, or illegal activity, how to handle that. And then we made some suggestions regarding fresh food and local product sales that perhaps they could also enroll in DC Central Kitchen's Healthy Corners program. The one piece of that we did not agree on is the volume or gross receipts of alcohol sales. The above that was fine. And then just the general cooperation with ANC 7C and Northeast Boundary, that was fine. And then we had some issues to delve into regarding participation in the community. And then obviously no issues with notice and opportunity to cure. So what we went back and forth in deliberations, let me pull that up. And I apologize, I am on the phone, so I am in between email accounts as well. Okay, so in deliberation and discussion, we came to the table, we being Northeast Boundary and 7C, because Dick's Market is struggling to address some of the issues. Per the cameras, we had a meeting. We met with Fasika and DeWitt. I showed Fasika where we need the camera. Basically on the front of the store, we just need a full 180 view. So she knows the direction. The window farthest to the right when you're looking at the store, it just needs to come out of an angle so it can give, so with their other cameras that they've installed, that it can give a full 180 view. So that Fasika and DeWitt are working on that. Now the window repair, we're happy to hear that they are able to make the investment to repair the window. But we will still work with them on pressing out district government for the facade improvement for that whole corner, because that may even better, you know, the outer look of their store. We did concede to the percentage regarding the alcohol sales. That was the issue that was in under the fresh foods and such, because we do understand that they're struggling to keep their business afloat. We personally and still consistently feel that alcohol was a bad choice for them because they entered into an already saturated market, and they have limitations regarding and constrictions because they do have a very small store. However, our expectation is that they work with us over the next couple years to find something that they can be successful at that can be of benefit and help to our community. So we are willing as a civic association, ANC, to try to help them figure out that niche that can help their business thrive. And we fully believe that they can find something that is of greater benefit and well-being to our community. And then participation in the community. We understand, because this is a husband and wife team, that they just don't have the capacity to attend all of the meetings that we have, the ANC meetings, the Civic Association, the MPD safety meetings, because we understand some of us are on like 3 or 4 meetings a week. So what we just expect is the continued commitment from them to work on facade improvement and a business pivot. Hopefully this pandemic is ending soon. They're operating next door to a daycare. So we anticipate in the next year that daycare is going to be booming. So we expect them just to work with us around issues on that corner to make sure that things are safe and presentable for children. Fasika and DeWitt, and a lot of this issue in our community concern is that their business is located in a really bad intersection in our community. The alley going behind our community, or well, where those stores are, the big convenience store that moved 2 down from them, and just that corner where they're positioned, that alley behind the store is the super highway for robbers in our community. And so I'm not sure if how familiar you guys are with what's going on in Deanwood every day, but we're having robberies, we're having shootings. I can't recall the last day the helicopter wasn't out. But we really do appreciate Fasika and DeWitt. I've come to them several times. One of our community members was shot 5 times on the 30th on his way to work. We just had a robbery of another neighbor Monday night, half a block up from the store. They took his car, robbing him as he's coming in from work, putting the keys in the door. And I do appreciate the way they step up to look at their camera, to communicate, and to try to help keep us safe. So that's where we are in terms of agreement.
All right, this is what I'm going to ask the parties to do. I would ask the parties to provide us with a consent agreement to say these are the terms that we've agreed to, and provide that to us, and we will append that to the order. Because I think, as you said, Ms. Willett, you were in the process of drafting a settlement agreement, but that was not done yesterday. So why don't you, the parties, jointly provide us all the terms that they've agreed to, and we will append that to our order. Is that agreeable?
I can work on that tonight.
And you provide it to Ms. Chang. And when do you believe that both of you can provide that to the agency?
I am going out of town on Thursday, so I will have to do it tonight.
All right.
So I can email it out. We have, I think, we have an email chain going that has several Abra people on it, so that it can come to you guys.
Or so you email it to both you and Ms. Chang will send this document to us to say this is what we have agreed to, okay?
Okay.
So what we're gonna have then is just a hearing on the hours. And I need the licensee to be specific. Why is it that they need the specific hours, closing hours that they're asking for? And I then need the protestants to be specific in telling us why they need the specific, a time that's different from what the licensee is asking for, okay? All right. So Ms. Chang, I'm hoping that we're not gonna have, one of the things I'll ask you to do, Ms. Chang, since you're on video, you can turn your camera off. Yes, ma'am?
Okay. I would like to try again. Could you please tell me, you hear me out well?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So why don't you now tell us, why is it that, what closing hour, what are the hours that the licensee is requesting? And why are they requesting those hours? And why is it that the board should grant those hours?
The license approved by the board is 12 a.m. This is the closing hours, closing time indicated in the current ABC license. And the protesters' concerns towards safety, the owners, and I really understand, appreciate it. However, the owner and his wife would like to, to go with the 11 p.m. as the hours. The owner is closing the operation around 10 p.m. during this pandemic, but the owner needs a flexibility for some busy nights to avoid a violation such as an after-hour sale. The owner is not able to agree with 10 to be indicated in the ABC. To make a complete closing, the owner needs some time to remove customers, the inside of on the premises. As for the safety concerns, the owner and his wife promised to utilize their discretions to the fullest. The owner would like to ask the protesters to give him a chance to prove that 11 p.m. stated as the closing time in the license will not harm the community. And also, if needed, this issue be discussed again in 2 years when the next renewal is required. And then Skip's Liquor, located in the a 10-feet radius, and their ABC license closing time is still 12 a.m. Sorry, and I understand that they are closing basically, the 10 p.m. right now, and they just need like a little flexibility, a little later than 10 p.m. So this is the owner request the board to the 11 p.m. as the closing time to be indicated in the ABC license. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chang. Ms. Bullet?
Hi, yes, Chairman Anderson, it is correct that Skip's Liquor does have the license hours, but they consistently close at 10 o'clock. And the reason our community has not had to do a settlement agreement with them is because they are very communicative with Dr. Gaffney and very vigilant regarding resolving community issues. Unfortunately, the block outside their business is ripe with a lot of illicit activity. They struggle with the same things that Dick's Market does in terms of being in an epicenter of really bad activity and dangerous activity. They've done a lot of things regarding lighting, cameras, preventing loitering. They even took money out of their pocket and fenced in a next door property that wasn't theirs, but They did it for community safety because people were trying to operate a drug trafficking, a human trafficking ring off the front of this abandoned house. So that is the reason we don't have a settlement agreement, because they agreed to do things like closing at 10 o'clock to increase everybody's safety. They too have been victims of robberies. So they understand the seriousness of it. And unfortunately right now, with how our neighborhood is, with the sharp, really jarring increase of robberies and violent crimes in our neighborhood, Monday and last night, we had robberies in our neighborhood. The police keep coming back to that alley behind the stores. And 2 doors down, they the bigger it's a big convenience store. They too have been robbed. It is for them to be open, and the only one, that store that's been robbed, that also closes at 10. For them to be open that 1 hour, it just puts a bullseye over the store. And there's no amount of money that they can make in that hour that would be worth putting Fasika and DeWitt at risk. There just isn't. They need to go home at night to their families. So that little bit of money that they could make in that hour is not worth the increased risk of being alone and open that hour when we know the robbers are right behind the store in the alley. And, you know, it's also just not about Fasika and DeWitt. I had to go down there Monday night because of the robbery that happened to my neighbor to talk with them about if they saw anything on the camera. They took my neighbor's keys, his wallet, his money, and then they went and stole his car. So you have 2 people riding around in a stolen car, probably robbing other people, doing other illegal things. It is a risk for the entire community to safety, and we're already stressed out and honestly scared. Because, I mean, we went from pre-pandemic, our violent crime being lower, to now, 2 years into the pandemic, it really spiking in a very scary way. And no amount of money is worth putting them at risk. And there's no amount of actions that they can take that will mitigate the risk, because it doesn't matter that they have cameras. They will still come in there, stare right into the camera, and pull out a gun and rob the store. Fasika and DeWitt cannot, you know, exit the store. Like, there's not a plexiglass bulletproof tunnel that lets them exit the store to their car safely. They're gonna still have to come outside. We really need them to close at 10 o'clock. For everybody's sake, for the community's sake, for their own safety.
Anything else you wish to say, Ms. Bullet?
Pleasure getting to know Fasika and DeWitt in the process. I know that we were really at odds. We do appreciate the way they engage our community. It's sometimes unlikely to have folks, particularly when they live elsewhere or are doing business in our community, engage our most struggling members of our community with respect. But I've universally heard good things about them. And I understand, like, you think that, you know, when you engage even the most struggling person with respect, that it protects you from robbery, but I know it does not. I had my friend, when she was staying with me, 2014, in front of my house, half a block up from their store. Boys surrounded her, dragged her by her hair, kicking her to get her purse. I speak to everybody in the community. They knew me, they knew my friend who was staying with me. We treated everybody with respect, but it didn't prevent a robbery.
All right, Ms. Chang, do you have any questions of Ms. Bullet? And Ms. Bullet, do you have any questions of Ms. Chang?
Yeah, again, the owner and I do appreciate the concern and fully understand about the safety issues, but they just, again, just because the citywide renewal actually last year and it almost a year passed. So I would like to suggest, like, this issue can be discussed, again in 2 years, and let's try. Let's to give a chance to the owner to try at 1:11 p.m. and then just let's give us a
Are you
and
done,
then
ma'am?
all the issues, all the issues like camera, community activity involvement, everything, the owner is going to, try themselves and make every effort, for all the benefit in the community and the owners and everybody. So I would like to personally suggest on behalf of the renewal applicant that like the 11 p.m. and then proof that it is going to harm the community.
All right. All right. Do you have any questions of Ms. Chang, Ms. Bullitt?
I don't. I have a general statement though.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
I think when we talk about harm to the community, there are times that are, they're irreparable. There are situations of harm and trauma that you just can't go back from. When the bullet's out of the gun, you don't get it back. And so I don't think that waiting and seeing when we're in a crime surge right now is the responsible way to move forward to protect the community, especially when we are in between what should be two safe and sacred places for children. You have a daycare right next door. At the block of 61st and Dix, you have a small private school. We don't need, and even if it's overnight, when the children are home, when what have you, those should still be safe spaces, because at the end of the day, if somebody gets shot and killed, the police are out there, the coroner's truck is out there, they'll be over there with the tape till the following morning, what have you, and we don't need kids walking across that to go to school. We already have a situation at 61st and Dix where there's a memorial up and literally someone took a picture of the woman under the police sheet lying dead on the ground. She hit some PCP and it was laced with fentanyl and she died there and that was it. So there's just some situations of harm that we don't get to go back from.
Is it possible I can speak, add on?
On what, Miss? No, I mean, I was just where we are. It was just each side is giving the board reasons why we should agree with that side regarding the hours. So, and I mean, I've heard a lot, but I'm not quite sure. I know that Ms. Chang is representing your interest. Is it something that she has not said that you need to take? I'm not asking you to respond to what Ms. Boulay just said. It's she's your representative, and is it that she has not stated what it is that you're seeking as far as the hours are concerned?
She did. I just wanted to express a little bit more.
Well, I believe that, I mean, okay, a little bit more. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry, Ms. Chang. Can Ms. Shafara, can she speak? Ms. Chang?
Yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms.
I just want to add on. I'm grateful for the community. I understand the concern and I'm very thankful. And at the end of the day, we want to go home as well. We do close at 10 right now. However, having a restriction only going to make it harder for us. We are struggling right now in the store. So we wanted that 1 hour grace period during the summertime or during, if it, gets better. But as of now, we do close at 10 o'clock because of everything that's going on. However, we just want them to trust us and let us, show them and prove to them that we are able and we'll work with them, whatever it needs to be done. But the 10 o'clock restriction, the violation and all that stuff, only going to put us in more debts than, we are right now. So that 11 o'clock doesn't mean that we're going to close at 11 o'clock every single day from today and on. We do close at 10, but we just want to have that flexibility and coming to from 12 o'clock to 11 o'clock and from 10 to 11, I think is fair enough to say that it is workable. And, in 2 years, if it needs to be fixed, we'll fix it if we don't obey by what they say or how they like it. But right now, because we're struggling, because a new store came right next to us, opened, our business is gone. So that extra hours, that extra 30 minutes gives us a little bit help. It helps us a lot. So that's why during the summer, we want to stay a little bit open. And if that's possible, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions by any board members? Any questions on the part by any board member? I guess if not, I just have a question, Ms. Bullock.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I know. I know you talk about them closing earlier, but can you attribute how I know you stated that you're concerned for their personal safety, but how can you are you able to tie their later hours to specific crimes in the neighborhood that's generated from their specific late hours?
Well, Chairman Anderson, if you think about it, where do robbers like to strike? They like to strike where there's less people out, where there's less people around, where there's less businesses open. When you have the other two businesses, main businesses in the community closing, then they're the only ones open. It's a small store. They're right next to the robber superhighway. I mean, it just exacerbates risk. And in addition, nothing stopped that guy in October who went into their neighbor 2 door down. I mean, I watched the MPD video. One of the most respected men in our community who's been in our community doing handyman's work forever was the person that guarded the cars when the church was in that building. Used to be a church before it was a convenience market. He would be out monitoring the cars every Sunday as they were lined up. That didn't stop that man from showing that man the gun in his coat pocket and robbing that store. I mean, these late night hours, I mean, it just exacerbates the risk. You have the cover of darkness, and then you have every other store closed around it. It's just not a good situation.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
who was speaking? I'm trying to look at the screen.
All right, who do you want to address? Your question.
The last person who was speaking just now.
Well, you should more.
That wasn't Ms. Chang. It was the.
Ms. Chang is a
I'm here.
No, it's not.
Hold on, Mr. Grandis.
Yes.
Ms. Chang is a representative. Ms. Fonseca is the wife of the owner. I don't know if she is. I do not know if she's on the license, but she has been identified as the wife of the owner. So I'm more so addressing whatever questions I think is better addressed to Ms. Chang and Ms. Bullet, because they're the official representatives.
Yes, it's Ms. Bullet then. Ms. Bullet, I want to thank you for being a witness today and participating. You mentioned the crime that's in the neighborhood, but maybe I've missed hearing you. Is there any of this crime that you have mentioned, which is very serious? None of us want this in any of our neighborhoods, but is any of this crime that you're talking about related to this establishment?
No, it's not. But it's happening around the establishment, and we don't want the establishment to be targeted. That corner they're on is very dangerous, and MPD has long identified the alley behind those stores as basically the source of the robberies in our neighborhood, and that's only escalated in recent weeks. I mean, the robbery last night, I happened to be out running errands. The cops are in that alley with the flashlights looking in the dumpsters to see if they, threw a gun or something. They came out of that alley when they robbed my neighbor Monday night. When they shot my neighbor 5 times on his way to work, they came out of that alley. And that's literally two doors down from where they operate. So we know that high-risk people are in and around there. That corner has been very bad for violence in a long time. We do not think Fasika and DeWitt are the cause, but they could be targeted just because they're close. Why would you travel somewhere to rob somebody where you can just go around the corner, throw a face mask on, and get away? A lot of the robberies and crimes in our neighborhood remain unsolved, including back when the barbershop next to Fasika and DeWitt was open. They had a murder in there of a young man. And then I think about a year later, they had a multi-person shooting, including the shooting of a 5-year-old. Still unsolved. The folks came out of the alley to do it. Over the summer, argument down at Watts Park. Started at Watts Park on a Monday late morning. I think Monday before noon, that kid that was in the argument down there was in the alley behind the stores. Before noon, that boy was shot 5 times in that alley behind the stores. It is a hot spot.
Thank you, Ms. Bullet, for giving me more information. Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions by the other board members?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Ms.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Dr. Gaffney.
All right, I mean, if you have received all the comments, that's fine. Gina had spoken very clearly and honestly about the situation. But I just want to add that that store is probably large as a 1-bedroom per se. And they put liquor on one side of it in the room and whatever little whatnots on the shelf. You think it's a grocery store, but it isn't. And I just think the investment was at a wrong place. And we are trying to get them to comply with the other stores in the community that closes at 10 o'clock. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be very aware of the situations that's happening in the community. And I think Gina has explained those opportunities very well.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right. Any final comments? Any final comments you want to make, Ms. Chang?
Yes. The concerns, especially crimes, the crime, criminal activities around the store, and I believe the client is fully understand. You know, my client is the one who fully understands what's going on. But as long as all the criminal activities is not directly related to the store, still, I do believe that the store needs to prove, like for the next 2 years, about to prove themselves that the 11, not the 11 p.m. close is not gonna be a big, is gonna be a big problem, to the community. Okay, and they are hard worker, and I believe they are really smart. And because all the communications, and they do understand, and then actually this is their first business, and they did not understand about what to do towards community, the genuinely. Now through all these procedures, and now they got learned, and then they are 100% willing to communicate with the communities, and then they know all the AD and the civic associations authority, to represent the community, and they clearly understand they are part of the community members. All I ask is to just give them, the 2 years to prove themselves. That's all I ask, please.
All
They
right.
are struggling.
Chairman
Please help
Anderson,
us.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
I
Hold on, please.
apologize. I'm
Please
sorry. I feel
help
like
this
I'm
business,
like,
Hold on,
survive.
Miss Boulay, hold on. I didn't give you permission to speak, ma'am. So hold on. I wasn't sure if I was going to, so just hold on. One can only speak when I give you permission to speak. So hold on, please, ma'am. Ms. Chang wasn't finished speaking. I want to make sure that she's done speaking. Are you done, ma'am?
So just yeah.
You done speaking?
Please. Yes, I'm done. And I would like to request the chance to prove themselves, to the community. Please. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. You have the last word, Ms. Boulay.
okay, Chairman Anderson, I think there's also been some confusion. This is not a matter of Fasika and DeWitt or Dick's Market proving themselves. The only people that need to quote unquote prove themselves or change their behavior are unfortunately the significant number of young people running around with guns in our community and selling drugs in our community and engaging in illicit behaviors, human trafficking, drug trafficking, what have you, that make our community a dangerous place. So this is not about like a moral test if we think Fasika and DeWitt are up for the task. It is just a statement of fact that there is nothing that they can do to protect their safety and prevent a robbery, especially when we have such a spike in violent crime and so many young people that are engaging in such high-risk behaviors in concentration around the store.
All right, yes, ma'am. All right. Okay, I'm going to bring this hearing then to a close. The parties will provide us the consent order, meaning the consent agreement for all the issues that they have agreed upon. Once the board receives this information, we will add that to the decision that we will make regarding the hours and the hours of operation. What's been requested is the licensee is being requested that they be allowed to operate until 11 p.m. and the protestant is asking that they should close at 10 p.m. All right? Okay. Just want to make sure. All right. So this hearing then the record is closed. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 PRO 00081 Dick's Market, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 21 PRO 00081 Dick's Market for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Hood Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day. And I want to thank the parties for agreeing to most of the issues in this complaint that in this protest. I want to thank the parties for agreeing to most of the issues, and so therefore the board will make a determination on whether or not the licensee will be allowed to operate at 11 or they have to close at 10 o'clock. All right, so thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let me just go through a calendar. We had a fact finding here in case number 21-251-00038, the Shoreham Hotel, license number 13816. That case is continued to March 23rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Just before we're going to call our next case, but for the parties for Bravo case number 21-251-00036, that case will not start prior to 4 o'clock. It's my understanding that the licensee had requested an interpreter. We have an interpreter who is available at 4 o'clock. So even if this case, the next case that we're going to call, so even if that case is over before 4 o'clock, the Bravo case will not start no earlier than 4 p.m. Just to let everyone know that the Bravo case will not start until 4 p.m. the earliest. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number, is a fact finding here and Beirut Nights, license number 120090, is the application for new license. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Joseph Jarouge, your rights have been elevated. Commissioner Elisa Palmer was on earlier, but she has left. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, Sister Joseph Jarouge.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, is there someone else that's supposed to be there, sir, or is it just you?
Yes, Zakaria Ibrahim, represented by Ruth Knight.
And his wife, Leila Jarouge, just being present just in case he needs to explain more in English.
No, I'm saying everyone who needs to be on this case, they're on this case. That's what I'm trying to ask. So everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Do you guys have a camera you can turn on?
We do. Let me start the video. I'm sorry. Just a second. Wait, it's taking time. Do you see us now?
Yes, I can see you. Thank you. All right. Okay.
Afternoon, Mr. Sherman.
All right, fine. All right, okay. Some background to this case. Previously, there was an application for this location occupied by Charcoal Town. The board denied Charcoal Town's application due to failing to defend a qualifications challenge in the board order number 2021-260 related to selling alcohol without a license. Subsequently, we now have an application by, I'm sorry, who was the applicant in this case? Who applied for the license?
Joseph, my husband.
All right, Joseph. All right, so we're just trying to ascertain who is this person and whether or not this is the same entity that had applied for a license in the previous case. So Let's start off by having you, Mr. Jarul. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name Joseph Jarrouj. I'm the owner of Beirut Night.
Spell it. Spell your name. استهجأ.
Jarrouje.
The family.
The
So
family
that's your
name.
last name. That's your last
This
name.
is the family name. My first name Joseph.
Now, the other two people with you, are they gonna testify today?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you please identify yourself and spell it? Let each other person, the other people identify themselves and by spelling their names, please.
My name is Leila Jarrouj, Leila Jarrouje, the same family name, and I'm his wife, just helping out because of the English in case he needs to express things that he is not able to quickly say it.
And who's the next person?
Zakaria Ibrahim. It is Zakaria. And last name is Ibrahim. I'm Ibrahim Consulting Service. I'm here to assist Mr. or Beirut Night for the new license.
So you said consulting services. What do you mean by consulting service? I'm just trying to get some clarification.
I'm a consultant service for commercial. I process permits, license, or represent liquor board or a smoking license, all of that to assist me.
All right, fine. So, Mr. Drew, tell me about who are you? Give me some information about your business model and what is it that you're requesting in this location, sir?
Okay. Would you mind if
Let him explain because
would you mind if I explain so it would be quicker?
If he says that's fine.
For the lack of language, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. If you're okay, he's fine. You're saying if you're fine, me explain. Yeah. Okay. So Joseph, I'm just gonna introduce you who he is. Joseph, he is a retired vet from Lebanon. He came to the US 7 years ago. We came all of us as a family. We have 2 kids. They are in the university now, and he decided after serving in the army for like 25 years, he retired as a brigadier. He said he wants to do something related to our heritage. So he chose Georgetown to introduce something Arabic and Lebanese, like everybody knows the tabbouleh and all that. To cut a long story short, he wanted to do something related to our tradition in terms of food. So he started looking for a place. He found this place. It was open before under a different name. And then we negotiated with the owner and we took the whole place and we changed everything because we want to do it in a different way, in our way, to host like more people or customers like the age of our kids, because I do have 22 and 20 years old, and here's this location, there's a lot of universities. They can come in with their computers, take a bite because it's not a big menu what we have, and enjoy something Middle Eastern. So this is in a nutshell what we're trying to do.
Now, who is the landlord for 1025 through 1027, 27? Who's the landlord?
Mr. Sharif Khanji.
I'm sorry, can you spell that name, please?
I think his name is written Charif. Khanji, it's Khangi.
All right. Now, Mr. Jarrouj, have you opened a business before? Have you ever operated a business before, or a restaurant before? What type? I guess it's a tavern that's been. I'm sorry. What type of business? Have you operated a business like this before?
Liquor license or a restaurant license, you're asking?
Anything.
Honestly, this is not something we have done before, but we do have the experience in our country, in our home, because this is part of our culture and tradition. Like if you want to come to a house for like Sunday, like we have like 30 people, they come for like a feast, but this is how the usual invitation is. That's part of what we do in our culture.
Now, I know that he said that he thought, but how did he realize that this place was available? How did he come into this location?
Okay, let me just explain to him. عم بيقول كيف انت عرفت بالمحل لتاخده من الاونرز.
He just find that.
Who's speaking?
This is Zakaria Ibrahim. I believe the landlord, he was having some issue with the old tenant because of his violation, and he was about to kick him out. So the old owner, he asked to sell whatever he have here, such a kitchen, hood, frigidaire, bar. So we find Mr. Yusuf to buy that from him so he can go out here and finish his lease with the landlord, because the landlord was about to get him out of here, not just because of the rent, it was just because of some issue with the client.
So you, Mr. Abraham, were you the one who brought this to the attention of Mr. Jaru?
No, I don't get involved in such matter. I get involved more into license process, not as a real estate or whatever. But they are Lebanese, and there is a community together, and I believe the landlord is Lebanese.
The landlord Sharif is a Lebanese guy, so we all know each other through the embassy. So Sharif did send a word through, because my husband is brigadier, so he knows the military attaché, who is his friend, because they are from the same section, the same cohort. I don't know if you call that a cohort. So he did send the word around, and this is how we knew about Sharif's willing to reuse the place.
All right. So when is it that? So when did you folks first decide to open this restaurant?
That was أنت قررت بالضبط when you want to open such type of work. When he took his pension from Lebanon, because you need money for that. So when he took his pension from the army and he came here, so it was really deciding, really going into doing it. It was during the COVID. Before that, a little bit. So we were looking for a place, and then after that, we heard that the place was available
already.
All right. So who are the business partners for this? Who are the business partners? Who are the people who have ownership interest in this business?
Nobody, Joseph only.
100%?
100% yes.
Now, do you know Mr. Rabin Makoud, Rabin Makhoul?
Yes, of course we know Rabia.
How?
Rabia, he's the old tenant. He came and took some of his stuff from here, and we were introduced to him when through Sharif Khanji when Joseph took the place.
So prior to Mr. Jarud taking maybe of the place, did he know who he was before?
Yes, yes.
Makoud, Makhoul.
Yes. You're asking if we knew Rabia before we took the place from Sharif Khanji?
Yes.
Clear answer, yes. We are Lebanese and we know all each other and we have the same friends. Yes. But we're not friends like friends. Yes, we know a lot of Lebanese, if this is your question.
Do you have any business relationship with Mr. Mahoud or his business Mehar LLC, MEHYAR LLC. So do you have any business relationship with Mr. Mahmoud himself or with his business?
No.
I need Mr. Jarrod. I need him. I think he can understand that. Does he have any business relationship
No.
with Mr. Mahmoud or his business?
No.
Have you ever worked for him?
What?
عمرك اشتغلت له؟ قول له لا.
I'm new here. I don't know.
Have you ever worked for him?
No.
Have you ever performed any type of work for him?
عملت أي شغل ليه؟
أي شغل؟
اشتغلت عنده؟
No.
Now you're saying that because you're Lebanese and it's a small community, you know Mr. Mahmoud because of the small community. Is that correct?
بيقول لك أنت
تعرف ربيع لأنه نحن لبنانية وبنعرف بعض.
بس بالشكل.
بس بإنه مش صحاب.
Yeah, but not friend. I know him when I rent this place. More يعني. I know him more when I rent this place.
All right. Now, has your business received any money, labor, or goods or services from Mr. Mahmoud or from his business?
Sure.
Come again, you Sherman, I'm sorry.
Have you received any money, labor, or goods or services from Mehar LLC or from Mr.
No, we just estimate how much is a hood, how much is a frigidaire, how much is a bar, how much is a chair, and we figure it out and we pay him out instead of taking everything and we go all over again.
Now, will you receive any future money from him?
No relation at all.
Any labor from him?
No more.
Any goods and services from him or his entity anytime in the future?
We're not happy to see him because we heard a lot and we never expect such money.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Repeat what you just said.
He's not happy with him because after he left, we heard a lot of a story which it doesn't make us comfortable to be close to him even.
Now, I was told, I just need some clarification. Did he left, there was property left in the business, is that correct?
There is what?
Property.
Yes.
And so, did you purchase that property? Was it loaned? How did you come about
That's
getting the
cash
property?
and carry. It is used already. We can show it to you, Sherman. It is here. The place is open. It's old sofa, old kitchen, old bar, and we can walk with the computer to show you what we're talking about. There is nothing fancy, but instead of getting rid of all of that and we go all over, we just use it.
All right. Now, I just and I might be asking repetitive questions, but I need answers to these questions. Do you intend to work with him
No.
as an employee, independent contractor, or any capacity moving forward?
We're not involved with him at all. He's not allowed even to come here.
All right, this is for you specifically, Mr. Ibrahim.
Yes,
now,
sir.
you stated that you're the consultant. DCRA has informed us that there's a checklist of items to be addressed before you can obtain a certificate of occupancy at 1025 31st Street Northwest. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman. That's correct.
So what is it? Where are you in addressing DCRA?
I got a letter that we waiting for the final approval. I was trying to submit it yesterday because I believe we need a certificate of occupancy, but I have no chance. I come kind of late. I don't want to disturb, but I have an email which I can send it to Abra now showing that our certificate of occupancy got a number and it was approved for final inspection. I have the letter here and I'm gonna forward it to Abra as today and to the ENC and the Artline. I have it. I know that is not gonna be clear for you here, but I can email it as we speak, that whole baggage from all the violation where we are as today.
All right, so you will provide the letter to Abra that you have received from, so basically, it's my understanding the representation you're making is that you have gotten the letter from DCRA and so you're now ready for final inspection, is that correct?
Yes, and I can forward it now as we speak. If you want me to send it to Martha or
Yes.
Mr. Sean, I
Please
can
send
send that whole baggage
Yeah.
regarding the smoke, regarding violation, regarding sign. All this package is ready. I can mail it now as we speak.
Yes, I would like you to mail it, sir. All
Let
right.
me call my office and they're gonna mail it to you, to Miss Martha. Is
That
this
is
good?
fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, you can continue with them. I'm gonna
No,
send
you,
it to.
Mr. Ibrahim, you can wait until the hearing is over. You don't have to do that.
I'm just
You can wait.
wanna satisfy the board because really I feel sorry for this young man. He been bending for 3-4 months. I understand the situation, which Mr. Sean cleared it for me about the status of the tenant before, and whatever happened here, that's got nothing to do or is not related to my client at all. You got a good man here. He served with the military. He's in order. He's up to code himself with his wife.
All right. Now, as far as the certificate of occupancy all right. Mr. Ibrahim, do not send it to Ms. Jenkins. Send it to licensing. I think you've been communicating with the license division. Yeah, send it to the license.
At the liquor board or at
Yeah.
the, okay.
Yeah, I think the licensing division, whoever you've been talking to, the licensing division, send that package to them, right? Okay. Now,
Can you give us the email address?
We're gonna send it now. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's
He doesn't know the
I'm
policy.
just trying to
all
speed
right,
the process.
all right, if you've been speaking to Martha Jenkins, just send it to her and we'll forward it to
Appreciate.
the,
Fully
and we'll forward it to the licensing division. So, because I don't have,
I will. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mickey, I don't have the phone number right now I don't have the email
I
address.
will get it. I will get it. Since you're not in rush, just give me before the end of the day, everything gonna be there, or I stop by and drop it there because I have all the copy here with me.
You don't have the phone, you don't have the license number for the
Yes,
email
I
address
do.
for Mr. Gordy?
Yes, I
Sean,
do. Yes, I do.
Sean Gordy, do you have that?
Yes, I have Mr. John Gordy, of course. And if you're looking for the CFO number, I have it here.
No,
You
no,
want
no,
to
no, no, I'm sorry. No, just send it to Mr. Gordy, okay?
Sure, I will.
Sean Gordy. All right. Now, all right. I know that you had asked for a summer garden. Was a summer garden approved for that address?
For 1025, it's under review and have a permit number.
All right. Okay.
I have that too. It is here. It is a review and have a permit number for an inspection.
All right.
I will send it to.
Now, is
1027 have a summer garden approved. 1025, it is pending.
All right. So what connects? How is 1025 and through 1027 31st Street connected? Are they connected?
They are connected. They are two different doors, but they connected from the back. I can show you. We can walk through with the computer if you like to have an idea.
So where's the summer garden then? Are the two? You don't have to show me. You can just tell me. So where's the summer garden? Are they?
They are in the back, both of them in the back. One it is covered, which is the issue of the violation. It was covered with no permit, and we already submit drawing and everything. That's why we are in review. And the other one, it is not covered, which it is allowed. They authorize it already at DCRA and give us capacity for it.
There is a door with what he's asking how they're linked together. There is a glass door in between both open areas because the other one is covered and the other one is not.
Right.
The entrance of 125, it has a separate door by itself.
Right. So how do you plan to use the summer gardens? And if summer gardens are approved for both locations, how do you plan to utilize that?
I didn't get the aim of the questions. How am what?
How do you plan to utilize what are your plans for the summer garden? If the summer garden is approved for both properties, how do you plan to utilize both of them?
Up to the regular time. I mean, we're gonna use it just for sitting outside, having a drink outside, having a hookah outside as our tradition. And that's it. Time to close around 12 o'clock. We're gonna close the summer garden. There is no need for it after that. And everything is gonna be under the law. Mr. Joseph is not here to violate the law, or he's trying to beg for cutting corner or anything. He himself in order.
All right.
And that's why we are here to help him.
Now, do you intend to use any neon signs when you open?
Neon sign?
Yeah. You know,
No,
flashing
no.
bright
I don't think Georgetown, ANC and Art Fine give us what is allowed and what is not. And that's why the sign being again resubmit to get up to code with them. But we're not gonna use, regarding your question, we're not gonna use neon sign. Or if we're gonna use anything, it's gonna be removable in case if we were moved for something from time to time. But we already discussed that matter with ANC and the fine art, and we find what is the rule over there, and we're gonna follow.
All right, now, so have you done any work on the windows?
No, no. In fact, even I have a construction which is distracting the restaurant from even to be seen, but we still just waiting
For them to finish.
to finish. I don't know when they're gonna finish. We talk with the ANC, we bring this matter, but they cannot do anything about it. We're waiting for the construction to finish. We can take some pictures for you, Sherman, and send it to see how much hard time he's going through.
Now, I guess what I'm trying to find out, as far as the windows are concerned, are there any plans to install vinyl windows? And if so, have you received the proper permit for that?
I'm not applying for that. I'm not looking for that. All I'm looking, I'm gonna put a sign, simple sign. It's gonna be a handwriting, and we already submit that document for DCRA and the fine art. And they give us some comment, which is the engineering working in it.
Now,
and I have that. I can prove it for you too.
All right. What about hookah? Do you plan to provide hookah?
Yes, we submit some document to show that we need hookah, we seeking hookah, we get ventilation for the hookah. Hookah is part of the Middle East tradition.
But have you applied to DCRA?
I did. No, it is not the DCRA no longer. It is the health department.
It's aware. I'm sorry. Department of Health. I apologize, sir.
Yes.
So
No.
you have,
Yes, I do, and I have a letter. I'm gonna submit it to.
okay.
It is gonna answer your questions. Yes.
All right, so you have applied to DCRA. I'm sorry, Department of Health. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Department of
Yes.
Hookah.
I'm dealing with Miss Kari. She's the one who's program manager, tobacco control program. DCRA is not working with the health, with the smoking no more. This is gonna get with the health department, and it is just the tobacco control. And that's who we are dealing with now. And I'm gonna submit this document for you as today too.
Well, thank you. It was my error.
Everything.
It was my error. You're correct. It's Department of Health. I said DCRA. So
it's okay.
All right. So I'm glad that I'm glad to hear that you are in contact with Department of Health regarding hookah. All right. Any other questions by any board members regarding this issue?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yeah, thank you. This is to the owners and to the agent, if you'd like to answer it. I see where he's provided a letter where he's applied to DH, or the Department of Health, for hookah. We have in the District of Columbia too many businesses who don't have permits, who are doing hookah and do not have any permits from the Department of Health. Will you commit to not doing hookah if you get an ABC license until you get permission from the Department of Health?
I can promise you this. I will. I can keep my promise, but I want to tell you, Your Honor, you Chairman, I study the smoke and the tobacco program since Bonita McGee, and that law, it was need something, we call it waiver, which it means you're supposed to sell tobacco and to prove that you sell tobacco and it is proved in your tax. So
Mr.
they can
Ream,
give.
Mr. Ream, thank you for that rambling, but yes or no, will you not smoke hookah in your business or the owner until they get permission from the Department of Health?
The smoking hookah outside is legal. You don't need no permit, which it is in our.
Sir, that is not what I asked you. Will you please answer yes or no?
If the law asking me to do so, I comply with the law.
Okay.
But whatever right, I will.
For the record, I'm asking you, until you get permission from the Department of Health, you will not sell or permit persons to do hookah until you get a permit from the Department of Health. Yes or no?
I can. Yes, I can.
You say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, you're saying yes to what, sir? So we're perfectly clear for the record.
I will not sell hookah until I finish this process. But there is a part in the restaurant which you don't need license. Outside, there is no require for a smoke because it's open place, which people can smoke anything if it is a cigarette or hookah. I know the law, Mr. Chairman. I work with the tobacco control for so long. There is a requirement for a waiver and there is a requirement for having a smoke. DCRA was involved and need ventilation, which this place have it. And outside never required, since it is an open place, I can serve the liquor board with this rule and regulation. I'm aware of the tobacco control, what is coded and what is not. Outside, since this is an open place, there is no license needed. Inside, since we have closing wall.
I understand what your understanding is, but outside of your front door is public space, correct?
Outside, I don't use sidewalk. We refuse to have sidewalk. We have summer garden, which in our property.
If you want to see it.
Do you got my point? There is a summer garden and there is sidewalk cafe.
The point is you have to get a permit to use public space, correct? You have to get a permit from the district.
Yes, summer garden is not public space. Sidewalk is a public space. Summer garden, it's a part of the restaurant which is exist and it is open. Sidewalk cafe you need from the public.
So that I don't come off as badgering you, Mr. Chairman, I have no more questions of this person. I just wanted it on the record that public space is used when you get a summer garden. You must have a permit from the city to do that. It is not everybody just can't walk around and claim public space. You have to get a permit to do that. And we'll have to sign off the arbor for you to use that for a summer garden. So I'm going to say to you, until I see something from the Department of Public Health, notwithstanding what your understanding is, the law says for me as a board member not to let you permit to use hookah until you get permission from the Department of Health. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
You are.
Any other questions by any board member? Any other board members? Mr. Mr. Jaru, is there anything else you want to say before I bring this hearing to closure?
عايز تقول اي حاجه قول ان انت هتبقى على القانون وبتحترم القانون.
Okay.
Let my wife, let my wife.
I'm going to translate what he wants to say. He's going to say that as a person who lived by the law all his life, he's going to abide by the law, whatever it is. The system is a little bit complicated. Now he's learning that. And it was so confusing because there's a lot of layers and a lot of details. But bottom line is he wants this to work. He wants to have the business going if everything went on fine. And this is something that we all as a family were looking forward. And when he learned about there were certain violations that we learned of while we're applying for this license. So we had Mr. Zakaria deal with it with the hope that would be the end of it. I think that's what he wanted to say. Anything else?
No.
No.
All right, Mr. Ibrahim, can you send all the documents to Sean, SEAN .GORDY2 at dc.gov?
I got his email and I will contact Mr. Sean today by email, and also if the board will give me a minute to confirm regarding the summer garden, if we are allowed, because there is some changing in the law from my understanding. Summer garden, since it is open, I have no problem with the smoke, but let me confirm that and I will include it I will email today that question to the tobacco control to get an answer, and we follow from there. But any other document, I will send it to Sean as today before 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Art. I just want to, it's my understanding, at least from what you've stated, is that there are 2 summer gardens. You have approval to use one, and so you're still waiting from DCRA for approval to do the other summer garden. As far as Hooker is concerned, we don't regulate Hooker. Hooker is regulated by the Department of Health. And so I think the question that although we do not enforce Hooker in establishments, I just think that Mr. Short was asking whether or not you will allow Hooker inside your establishment without having a permit. But I don't.
Until we have a permit, we will not use.
And so that's not for me to ask, and I'm not going to say whatever. I don't know whether or not a permit is required if you have a summer garden and it's outside. I do not know whether or not you can have Hooker on an open summer garden. I do not know the answer, but that's something that you, sir, if the establishment is gonna want to do Hooker, I would hope that you are up with the different regulations.
I am.
Also ask, sir, that as you go through this process, you speak to Mr. Gordy. We offer a significant amount of training for new owners. And I will ask that you find out when we have the different trainings, that you make yourself, said that this is a new venture for you. If this license granted, the board, of course, would want you to be successful. And if this license is granted, the board doesn't look forward to seeing you again. And one of the ways to ensure that the board does not see you again if this license is granted is that if you utilize the training that the agency offers to new owners.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation today. The board will take this matter under advisement and will decide whether or not we'll allow. The purpose of this hearing was just to get some information about your request for this license and your relationship to the previous individual who had requested a license for this location. And so we will take this matter under advisement and make a determination whether or not we're going to say, no, we're not going to grant a license, or we will allow the process to move forward under licensing, okay? That's the next step. The board will make a decision to say, probably, no, we're not going to grant this license, or we're going to ask you to do a different type of hearing, or we will allow the process to work itself out to see what happens, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. You're fair man.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, fine. All right, we're going to go off the record until 4 o'clock, and I will ask all board members to return to executive session. But we will come back to our public session at 4 o'clock.
If you're the interpreter and you're present, can you send me a chat? Thank you.
All right, we're back in the record. Our next case is a fact-finding case, case number 21-251-00036, Bravo, Bravo, license number 71564. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Interpreter Sandra Tapia, your rights are elevated. Investigator Felicia Dantzler, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you.
Edgar Uriona, your rights have been elevated. Lorenzo da Silva, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Tapia, do you have a camera, please?
I do.
Ms. Tapia, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate these proceedings from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
I do not know who the person you're interpreting for, so can you find out? I'm not sure if it's Mr. De Silva or Mr. Urena. So can you please ask that person to first and foremost turn their camera on and please
Buenas
have
tardes,
them.
¿quién es la persona que necesita intérprete? Y si puede prender por favor su cámara.
Ms. Dantzler, who's the licensee in this case, please?
Say that again?
I'm asking a question to someone else, please.
Sorry.
Mr.
Who's the
Anderson, are you the licensee? We
Yes,
have
ma'am.
Edgar Vizega and Armando Vizega.
Edgar
So-
Villegas y Armando Villegas se encuentran presentes.
Who are Edgar Ureno and Lorenzo de Silva? Can you ask those people to identify themselves, please, ma'am?
¿Quién es Edgar Urano? And interpreter needs a repetition for the second name. What was the second name, please?
Lorenzo de Silva. I see on my screen.
Lorenzo de Silva.
I'm here, Lorenzo da Silva. I'm starting my video.
Yo estoy aquí.
Who are you, Mr. Hold on. Mr. De Silva, are you the one who requested an interpreter?
Yes, sir. For Edgar Uriona or Edgar Vezaga. Yes, sir.
Who are you, sir?
I'm the general manager, Lorenzo da Silva.
And who is Edgar Ureno?
He's the owner, sir.
All right, so can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, sir?
My name's Lorenzo da Silva, Lorenzo da Silva, Dasilva, and I'm the general manager at Bravo Bravo.
For some reason, for some strange reason, we're unable. Mr. Urena is not responding. Is he on the line? We have an interpreter here. Is he on the line? Do you know what's going on? I see his name in front of my screen, but I don't know. He's not responding.
Edgar, ¿estás ahí?
Sí, sí, estoy acá.
Okay, he's there. Yes, sir. Puedes?
Hold on. Mr. Pierre, can you please ask him to spell and state his name for the record? Does he have, ask him first and foremost, does he have a camera? And if not, if he does, can you turn it on? And can you please spell and state his name for the record, please?
Señor Edgar, ¿puede por favor prender su cámara y decir y deletrear su nombre para el acta?
Sí, aquí estoy prendiendo mi cámara. No sé, tengo algún problema con mi cámara.
que no puedo encender. Mi nombre
I
es
am turning my camera on. I've been having some trouble with my camera. And my name is, adelante.
Edgar Uriona
My name is Edgar Uriona
Beizaga.
Beizaga.
How do we spell all of that, please?
¿Cómo se letrea todo eso, por favor?
Edgar, that's my name. Uriona is Uriona, and the mother name is Beizaga, is Beizaga.
Would you repeat that, Your Honor?
I'm sorry. No, I think we're fine with the name. All right. This is a fact-finding hearing, and the reason why we have this hearing is because of an incident that occurred on November 28th, 2021 at 3:46 a.m.
Bueno, estamos aquí en esta, yo soy la persona que va a presidir esta audiencia y la razón que estamos en esta audiencia es por lo que sucedió el 28 de noviembre del 2021 a las 3:46 de la mañana.
The victim was a patron of Bravo Bravo nightclub when he was involved in a verbal altercation with another patron inside the club.
La víctima fue una de las personas que es un cliente de Bravo Bravo que tuvo un altercado con otro cliente de Bravo Bravo a esas horas.
The victim left the location and returned to his vehicle on 17th Street in the 1700 block of K Street Northwest.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear well what you said. The victim is what?
The victim left the location and returned to his vehicle in the 1700 block of K Street Northwest.
La víctima se fue de la ubicación y regresó a donde estaba en la calle K de el Northwest.
The suspect he had argued with in the club returned to his vehicle, obtained a handgun, and then fired multiple times at the victim.
El sospechoso con quien había estado discutiendo en el club se fue a su vehículo, sacó un arma de mano y regresó y le disparó varias veces a la víctima.
A suspect was apprehended by the police and taken into custody.
El sospechoso fue capturado por la policía y lo tomaron en custodia, bajo custodia.
And so, based on the occurrence that occurred, a request was made from us to us from the chief of police that we have a fact-finding hearing to gather some further information from this licensee to see if an ABRA violation occurred.
Entonces, basado en lo que ocurrió por parte de del despacho de la jefatura del sheriff, nos piden que tengamos esta audiencia para ver si podemos obtener más información y si hubo alguna violación hacia las reglas y las leyes.
This is just a fact-finding hearing where the board is gathering information to determine whether or not if we believe that a violation occurred, then we'll send this matter over to the Office of the Attorney General, or if we determine no violation occur, then we'll say no further action.
La intención de esta audiencia es que estén ante la mesa directiva para recabar información y basados en esa información determinar si ocurrió una infracción y si es así, esto se enviará a la oficialía general de la Fiscalía General y si se descubre que no hubo ninguna infracción, pues entonces se les hará saber también.
And so because it's the fact-finding hearing, no one has been sworn in. We're just gathering information.
Entonces, en esta audiencia no los estamos juramentando porque nada más estamos recabando información.
We'll start off by having the investigator who will provide some information. And once the investigator provides some information about what happened on the night in question, then then the licensee, the board might ask questions of the investigator. The licensee can ask questions of the investigator, and then if the licensee wants to make a statement on their behalf, then they can do that.
Bueno, vamos a comenzar escuchando al investigador que nos va a proporcionar información acerca de lo que sucedió la noche en cuestión. Después de que el investigador dé su reporte, entonces la mesa directiva puede también hacerle preguntas al investigador. Y si gusta también la persona que tiene la licencia, entonces puede también hacer su declaración o hacerle preguntas.
Okay, muy bien. Gracias.
Okay, very well, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Dantzler, can you state your name for the record, please?
Muy bien, señora Dancer, ¿puede decir por favor su nombre para el acta?
Edgar.
Edgar.
No, I'm sorry. No. I'm calling the board's witness, Miss Felicia Dantzler, who's going to go through her report and share with us what occurred. So I am going to ask Ms. Dantzler to go through the case report, and once Ms. Dantzler goes through the case report, then then the licensee can ask questions.
No. Estoy pidiéndole a la señora, al testigo de la mesa directiva, que es la señora Felicia Dancer. Ella va a presentar su informe y de ahí ya podemos determinar. Si después de ahí usted quiere añadir algo más, puede hacerlo, pero de momento es la señora la que va a presentar en su informe qué es lo que pasó esa noche.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Dantzler.
This case is about a shooting that occurred within the vicinity of Bravo.
Este caso se trata de un tiroteo que sucedió cerca de Bravo.
On November 28th, 2021, a shooting occurred in the 1700 block of K Street Northwest.
Ocurrió un tiroteo en el bloque número 17 de la calle K del Northwest de DC.
Bravo is located around the corner from the shooting.
Bravo se encuentra ubicado a la vuelta de donde fue el tiroteo.
I came aware of this investigation
Yo me enteré de esta investigación
when my supervisor advised me on November 29th to investigate the shooting.
cuando mi supervisor me indicó el 29 de noviembre que investigara este tiroteo.
ABRA's investigation started on Monday, November 29th, 2021.
Mi investigación comenzó el lunes 29 de noviembre del 2021.
Through a language line interpreter,
a través de un intérprete de language line,
I learned that the complainant number 1 and complainant number 2 were patrons inside of Bravo.
Me enteré entonces que el demandante número 1 y número 2 habían sido clientes o son clientes de Bravo.
According to complainant number 2, he and complainant number 1 arrived at Bravo approximately 12:30 a.m.
Según el al demandante número 1 y el demandante número 2 llegaron a Bravo Bravo aproximadamente a las 12:30 de la mañana.
Complainant number 2 stated that he and complainant number 1 were coming from the restroom when complainant number 1 accidentally bumped into the suspect.
Entonces, el denunciante número 2 declaró que el denunciante número 2 y el denunciante número 1 regresaban del baño cuando accidentalmente se tropezaron con el sospechoso.
Complainant number 2 stated a verbal dispute erupted between complainant number 1 and the suspect.
El denunciante número 2 declaró que hubo un altercado verbal entre el denunciante número 1 y el sospechoso.
Once the verbal dispute ended, complainant number 2 stated he and complainant number 1 returned to their table.
Una vez que terminó el altercado verbal, el denunciante número 2 declaró que él y el denunciante número 1 regresaron a su mesa.
Complainant number 2 stated that he felt like someone was watching them.
El denunciante número 2 declaró que él sentía como que alguien estaba vigilándolos.
Complainant number 2 stated that he looked up and saw the suspect looking in their direction.
El declarante número 2 dice que levantó la mirada y vio que el sospechoso estaba mirando en dirección hacia ellos.
Complainant number 2 stated shortly thereafter they decided to leave Bravo Bravo.
El denunciante número 2 declaró que al poco tiempo de eso decidieron irse de Bravo Bravo.
On Tuesday, November 30th, 2021,
El martes 30 de noviembre del 2021,
I telephonically interviewed
hice una entrevista por teléfono
MPD officer Michelangelo Matthews.
al agente de la Policía Metropolitana Michelangelo Matthews. Matthews?
Yes.
Thank you. Michelangelo.
According to Officer Matthews, he arrived at Bravo Bravo and found the front door locked.
De acuerdo con el agente Matthews, él llegó a Bravo Bravo y encontró la puerta cerrada con llave.
Matthews was able to make entry into Bravo Bravo.
Interpreter repetition, then it was able to make entry, you said?
Yes, he went inside.
Él pudo entrar a Bravo Bravo.
He saw no patrons inside and observed the staff cleaning up.
Vio que no había clientes adentro y observó que el personal estaba limpiando.
Officer Matthews stated a staff person told him that someone was grazed by a bullet.
Y el agente Matthew declaró que una persona del personal le dijo que alguien había sido rozado por una bala.
Officer Matthews stated a female was grazed by a bullet. However, she left the establishment before he arrived.
El agente Matthew dijo que una dama, una mujer, le había rozado una bala, sin embargo, se había ido del establecimiento antes de que llegara el agente.
On November 29th, 2021, I telephonically interviewed MPD officer Bashoy Agabe.
Y también el 29 de noviembre del 2021 entrevisté por teléfono al agente de la Policía Metropolitana, Beshoy Agebe.
Officer Agabe stated that he visited Bravo Bravo and spoke with a security guard.
El agente Agebe dice que él fue a Bravo Bravo y habló con un guardia de seguridad.
Officer Agabe stated that he learned a female was injured.
El agente Agebe dice que él se enteró que una mujer había sido lesionada.
However, the security guard stated that the injury was not due to a shooting.
Sin embargo, el guardia de seguridad dijo que esa lesión no se había debido al tiroteo.
Officer Agabe stated he believed the security person was the manager or in a management position.
El agente Agebe dice que la persona con la que él habló parecía que era el gerente o una persona que tenía un puesto gerencial.
On Saturday, December 11th, 2021,
el sábado 11 de diciembre del 2021,
I visited Bravo Bravo and met with Tatiana Cruz and Michael Lawson.
Fui a Bravo Bravo y me entrevisté con Tatiana Cruz y Michael Lawson.
Ms. Cruz and Mr. Lawson both were working on the night of the incident.
La señora Cruz y el señor Lawson, ambos estaban trabajando la noche del incidente.
Ms. Cruz identified herself as the ABC manager.
La señora Cruz se identificó como la gerente ABC.
And Mr. Lawson identified himself as the head of security.
Y el señor Lawson se identificó como el jefe de seguridad.
Ms. Cruz and Mr. Lawson stated that the night, for the most part, was incident-free.
La señora Cruz y el señor Lawson declararon que la noche estuvo casi sin ningún incidente.
Ms. Cruz stated that she was sitting in the office and was in the process of closing.
La señora Cruz dijo que ella se encontraba en la oficina y estaba en el proceso de cerrar.
When she happened to look at the security cameras and observed several patrons running into the establishment.
Cuando se fijó en las cámaras de seguridad y que notó que varios clientes estaban corriendo hacia el establecimiento.
Ms. Cruz stated that she went to see what was happening and learned that someone was shooting outside.
La señora Cruz dice que ella fue a ver qué era lo que pasaba y se enteró que alguien estaba echando tiros afuera.
Ms. Cruz stated as quickly as patrons entered the establishment, patrons left.
La señora Cruz dijo que tan rápidamente como los clientes entraron al establecimiento, así se fueron también.
As I was speaking with Ms. Cruz and Mr. Lawson,
cuando estaba hablando con la señora Cruz y el señor Lawson,
there was a male sitting in the office who identified himself as the owner, Edgar Vezega.
Y entonces había un señor que estaba en la oficina y se identificó como el propietario, Edgar Vezega.
According to Ms. Cruz and Mr. Lawson, the establishment is equipped with 30 security cameras.
De acuerdo con la señora Cruz y el señor Lawson, el establecimiento cuenta con 30 cámaras de seguridad.
On the night of the incident, 27 cameras were operational.
La noche del accidente estaban operando 27 de esas cámaras.
I requested the establishment to provide me with a copy of the video showing the male's restroom area.
Yo le pedí al establecimiento que me mostrara una copia del video donde mostrara el área de los baños de hombres.
The following week, I received 2 videos depicting the restroom area.
A la siguiente semana recibí 2 videos donde se mostraba el área de los baños.
The video began at 12:15 a.m. and ended at 4:00 a.m.
El video comenzó a las 12:15 de la mañana y se acababa a las 4 de la mañana.
The video depicted the male's restroom and the female's restroom and a hallway leading to the same.
En el video se veía el baño de hombres y el de mujeres y un pasillo que llevaba hasta ellos.
I did not see any disturbances in the video.
Yo no vi ningún altercado en el video.
Michael Tony is the reporting officer on the PD 251.
El señor Mike Tony es el oficial de la policía 251.
I made several attempts to contact Officer Tony. However, our schedules conflicted and I was unable to interview him.
Hice varios intentos de comunicarme con el agente Tony, sin embargo, nuestros horarios no coincidieron y no pude hablar con él.
Complainant number 2 confirmed the police report that a shooting occurred outside of the establishment.
El denunciante número 2 confirmó que un informe de la policía confirma que el tiroteo sucedió afuera del establecimiento.
Bravo does not have a settlement agreement.
Bravo no tiene un acuerdo extrajudicial.
However, Bravo does have a security plan.
Sin embargo, Bravo tiene un plan de seguridad.
I did not find any violations of the security plan.
Yo no encontré ninguna infracción en el plan de seguridad.
Lastly, I took photographs of the security personnel. Their uniforms were clearly identified, those who were security.
Además, tomé fotografías del personal de seguridad y sus uniformes los identificaban claramente como personas de seguridad.
I asked the owner, Mr. Edgar Vazega, and Ms. Cruz and Mr. Lawson, does the establishment participate in the MPD reimbursable detail?
Yo le pregunté al propietario, al señor Edgar Beizaga, y a la señora Cruz y al señor Lawson, si el establecimiento participa del detalle de reembolso del Departamento Metropolitano de Policía.
All 3 stated yes. However, Mr. Vizega stated that they had not seen an officer in quite some time.
Los 3 dijeron que sí, sin embargo, el señor Beizaga dijo que, sin embargo, no habían visto a ningún agente durante algún tiempo.
On November 29th, I contacted Brenda Smith, RDO coordinator.
El 29 de noviembre me comuniqué con Brenda Smith, que es la coordinadora de RDO.
for the reimbursable detail.
por el detalle reembolsable.
After several emails, I learned that Bravo was in good standing.
Después de varios correos electrónicos, me enteré que Bravo estaba en buena posición.
I also learned that police presence from the reimbursable detail is not guaranteed.
También me enteré que con este reembolso detallado no se garantiza que va a haber policía presente.
Due to more critical public safety needs, those officers could be reassigned there.
Mr. Bernice, repetition, could you please repeat that?
That concludes my statement.
Ms. Davick, the interpreter asked you to repeat the last statement you made.
Oh,
thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam. The request to have reimbursable detail officers are not guaranteed because they could be used for more critical public safety needs.
Thank you. El detalle de tener reembolsable a agentes de la policía no se garantiza porque es posible que a ellos se les ubique en lugares de seguridad más críticos.
All right. Any questions? Mr. Urena, do you have any questions of Ms. Dantzler regarding her report?
¿Alguna pregunta, señor Urena? ¿Tiene alguna pregunta que hacerle a la señora acerca del informe que acaba de dar?
No, creo que es lo correcto que está muy bien, gracias.
No, I think that's correct. It's very good. Thank you.
Any, Ms. Dantzler, in your report, I believe you had, what was the video footage of you had in your report?
Señora Dancer, en el informe que usted mencionó, ¿de qué era? ¿Qué salió en ese video que usted habla en su informe?
I requested video footage of the restroom area of the male's restroom.
Yo pedí que me dieran videos del área de los baños de hombre.
So did you receive the video? Did you receive that?
¿Y usted
Yes, sir.
recibió los videos? ¿Los recibió? Sí, señor.
No, I was asking that I found your report. It said that you had it was one of the exhibits. So what is it that, if you recall, what is it that the video showed?
Sí, estaba preguntando porque parece en su informe, dice que lo recibió. ¿Y qué era lo que se veía en ese video?
The video varied with pedestrian, the video varied with patrons.
En el
It
video-
started,
Go ahead, ma'am.
it started with just a few patrons, and then it would swell to a line of patrons waiting to use the restroom.
El video es variado, varía con diferentes peatones, hay diferentes clientes que están ahí. En el video al principio comienza con pocos clientes y después empieza a llenar de gente hasta que hay cola para entrar al baño.
This was seen throughout the 4 hours of video.
Esto se vio durante las 4 horas del video.
I also watched as the male security guard and the female security guard would peep into the respective restrooms to it seemed as though they were making sure everything was okay.
También vi que el guardia de seguridad masculino, igual que el guardia de seguridad femenino, se asomaban a los respectivos baños, aparentemente para asegurarse que todo estuviera bien.
Did you see any, did you see, at least, were you able to see any video that showed what had happened between, between the two?
¿Usted pudo ver en ese video lo que sucedió entre ellos dos?
I believe I requested the correct video to see not only the restrooms, but the hallway leading to that area, which they complied.
Yo creo que pedí el video correcto para ver no solamente los baños, sino también el pasillo que da hacia los baños, y ellos cumplieron con entregármelo.
So did you see any video that would have given you any idea of what was going on?
¿Vio usted algún video donde que le diera alguna idea de qué era lo que estaba pasando?
I believe the video was clear and unobstructed for the entire 4 hours of video.
Creo que el video no tenía ninguna obstrucción, estaba despejado durante las 4 horas del video.
It showed males and females moving throughout the hallway, entering the restroom and leaving.
Mostraba a hombres y mujeres que entraban al baño a través del pasillo y que salían.
At times, there was a line for the male's restroom, but I saw no verbal or physical altercation.
Hubo momentos en que había colas para entrar al baño de los hombres, pero yo no vi ningún altercado verbal o físico.
Were you able to establish whether or not any ABRA violation had occurred?
¿Pudo usted establecer si alguna otra infracción ocurrió?
No, the establishment complied with the log entry because there was no incident to their knowledge. No log entry was made.
No, el establecimiento cumplió con hacer las anotaciones en la bitácora. Como ellos no sabían del incidente, ellos no anotaron nada en la bitácora.
The establishment had working wands that they produced to me, and also had identifiable clothing on, recognizing them as security.
El establecimiento tenía personas que estaban trabajando y también personas que se identificaban de acuerdo con lo que llevaban puesto como guardias de seguridad.
That's it?
¿Eso es todo?
All right. Any questions of the investigated by any board members?
Ok, ¿hay alguna pregunta para la investigadora por parte de la mesa directiva?
Mr. Urena, do you wish to make a statement? You're your general manager about what occurred.
Señor Uriona, ¿desea usted hacer alguna declaración, ya sea usted o su gerente, acerca de lo que sucedió?
En realidad no, porque está creo que lo que pasó, obviamente nos enteramos nosotros cuando de que ya estábamos incluso, pero que ya la gente ya se estaba saliendo, entonces básicamente hasta ese momento no teníamos
really, because you know what happened. We obviously learned about what happened when people were leaving, because that's basically when we learned.
So you have nothing else, so you have nothing else to say, no response to regarding the report that was made by an investigator?
No tiene ninguna respuesta básicamente a la investigación que hizo, el informe que hizo la investigadora.
Algo más que añadir. Bueno, nosotros como todo el personal hemos cooperado IDE con el cuerpo de empleados. Siempre tratamos de proteger a los clientes y a los empleados. Y también estamos seguimos trabajando en cuestión de seguridad también. Seguimos ampliando otras otras cosas más, por ejemplo, de los IDs, esto sea mejor control. Nosotros seguimos haciendo también todo el necesario.
Well, we, the whole staff, all the staff members cooperated. We always try to protect our clients. And we have security, and we have been trying to broaden to other things, more things, for example, to have better control. We continue working on that.
All right, sir, all right. A witness reported that there was a verbal altercation between patrons inside the premises on November 20th, 2021, while one or more patrons were going to the restroom.
Muy bien, entonces el denunciante denunció que hubo un altercado verbal dentro de Bravo Bravo el 28 de noviembre del 2021 con uno o más de los clientes.
Did anyone of your staff observe the incident?
¿Alguien de su personal observó ese incidente?
Que yo sepa, no, porque es tan rápido que solamente se escuchó un par de disparos y toda la gente volvió a entrar de afuera, los que estaban saliendo volvieron a entrar a cerramos la puerta por unos, no sé si pasaron 5 o 10 minutos hasta cuando fueron a salir, que segura, entonces después abrimos otra vez y después a salir.
Okay. It was kind of cutting off at the end, but I'm going to say what I heard so far. No, not that I know of, not as far as I know. You know, we just heard, or they just heard a couple of shots, and you know, the people that were leaving, they came back again. They start coming in again, people that were leaving, and then they closed the door for about 5 or 10 minutes until things seemed to be safe, and then we opened it again.
No, the question I was asking him, what did any member of his staff observe the incident that occurred inside the club?
La pregunta que le estaba haciendo es si algún miembro de su personal se enteró del incidente que sucedió adentro del club.
No, ninguno. No, pensamos que no estaba bien porque no hubo ningún incidente, que había ningún reporte de parte de seguridad.
No, none of them. We thought everything was fine because there was no report by security at all.
So, as far as the restrooms are concerned, where are Where is do you have security stations, security guard station close to the restroom? Tell me about the placement of security as far as the restrooms are concerned.
Bueno, en cuanto a los baños, ¿tiene usted seguridad? ¿Tiene ahí a guardias de seguridad que estén parados ahí cerca de los baños? O cuénteme en dónde se encuentran los guardias de seguridad con relación a los baños.
Bueno, contamos seguridad, está ubicado
Sorry, interpreter's having a hard time understanding Ms. Uriona because it gets cut off and it's hard to understand.
So can you tell him that in Spanish, please?
Me cuesta trabajo entenderle, señor Uriona, porque se está cortando mucho su llamada.
Sí, yo entiendo perfectamente, estoy escuchando.
Yes, I understand. I'm listening to everything.
I don't think he understood what you said, ma'am. You just said that you're having a problem understanding him because he gets cut. He's cutting off. So I need you to tell him that. So if he can correct that, maybe he can.
No creo que él entendió lo que le dijo. Usted acaba de decir que le cuesta trabajo entenderle porque su llamada se está cortando. Entonces dígale que si puede corregir eso, por favor, porque no se le puede escuchar bien.
Okay. ¿Quiere que de nuevo repita lo que?
Okay, do you want me to repeat again what I said?
Well, ma'am, what is it you didn't understand for you to interpret for us?
An interpreter needs the line to be clear so it doesn't cut and I can hear the entire sentence and phrase.
And I need you to tell him that, ma'am. So maybe there's something he can do on his end.
Bueno, ¿qué necesita usted para poderle entender? La intérprete necesita que no se esté cortando la línea para poder oír la palabra entera. Bueno, dígale eso entonces, que si puede corregir eso.
Okay. Yo estoy entendiendo perfectamente todo.
Okay, I'm understanding everything perfectly.
All right, ma'am. Let me do this one more time. Are you understanding everything that he's saying for you to interpret for us?
Interpreter is having trouble understanding when the line gets cut off.
I know, ma'am. And I'm asking you to tell him that you're having concerns hearing him because his line's cut off. But whatever you're saying to him and whatever you're interpreting to me, it's not responsive because he's saying to me, at least you're telling me he's saying that he understands everything. So I don't understand, how is he saying he understands everything if you're saying that I can't hear you?
Your Honor, interpreter has interpreted everything back and forth into English and into Spanish. There's nothing interpreter can do to make somebody understand. Interpreter has said into Spanish everything you and I had said, and interpreter has said everything into English that everybody else that speaks Spanish had said.
Well, I just want to make sure that he understands that you're saying you have issues hearing him because of the...
I'm sorry, but it helps a lot communication if you speak directly to him. An interpreter only interprets.
Ma'am, I'm on this line because you broke in by saying I'm having problems understanding him. That's why we're having this conversation. And so therefore, I said to you, just let him know that in Spanish that you're having issues because he's breaking off. That's the only thing. I would never have interceded if you did not tell me that you were having a problem hearing him. That's the only reason we're having this conversation. So I'll continue asking my questions, ma'am, and we'll see where we go from there. All right.
Would you like me to interpret everything you just said?
That's your call, ma'am.
Bueno, señora, hice esta interrupción porque usted me dijo que no le podía entender bien. De otra manera, no hubiéramos hecho esta interrupción, pero no creo que le esté entendiendo porque usted me está diciendo que le dice que le está entendiendo todo bien. Y la razón por la que interrumpimos es porque usted no le puede escuchar bien. Entonces, quiero que le diga, por favor, que usted no lo puede escuchar. Yo ya le dije Ya le dije todo en inglés, en inglés todo lo que se está diciendo en español y en español todo lo que se está diciendo en inglés. Pero él no está respondiendo, él está respondiendo diciendo que él entiende todo bien. Entonces no está respondiendo o usted no le está diciendo o él no está entendiendo que lo que pasa es que usted no le está entendiendo bien a él. Y esa es la razón por la que yo interrumpí. Pero bueno, voy a continuar entonces haciendo las preguntas.
Muy bien.
All right, on November 28th, how many security personnel were working in the club?
En esa noche, ¿cuántas gentes de seguridad tenía trabajando?
Yo creo que fuimos a tal vez unos 15 actividades. No recuerdo muy bien, pero siempre estamos entre 15 y 16 seguridad.
I think there was around 15, I don't recall exactly, but I think it was something between 15 and 17.
And on a typical night, is this the amount of security that you employ to work in the establishment?
Y en una noche normal, típica, más o menos ese es el número de personal que usted tiene trabajando.
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
And if folks were yelling or yelling or fighting inside of the establishment, were your security personnel are they able to detect this?
Y si la gente está gritando y peleando dentro del establecimiento, ¿su gente de seguridad puede detectar eso?
Por supuesto. Tenemos dentro de CLAP un plan de seguridad que están ubicados en respectivos lugares cada seguridad cubriendo todo el área.
Interpreter was not able to hear the full sentence. El intérprete no pudo entenderle porque se está cortando.
Sí, nosotros podemos captar cualquier tipo de incidente adentro porque seguridad están ubicados en diferentes áreas cubriendo todos los espacios de
Yes, security can notice when something there's an incident because they are distributed all over, covering the whole area.
All right. So tell us about your closing procedures. Are they directed to be outside? And if they're directed to be outside, how long do they stay outside to manage the departure of your guests?
Bueno, díganos acerca de sus procedimientos cuando de cierre. ¿Tiene agentes de seguridad que estén afuera? Y si están afuera, ¿cuántos agentes de seguridad se quedan afuera viendo que se vayan los clientes?
Normalmente tenemos 4 a 5 seguridades ya de salir para despejar a las personas que ya puedan irse. Si hay algún altercado, para que puedan calmar si hay.
Interpreter needs a repetition. Señor, se le sigue cortando mucho la llamada. ¿Puede repetir, por favor, después de 4 o 5 que dijo?
Tenemos de 4 a 5 seguridad a la hora de salida para poder despejar a las personas que puedan irse del área y no aglomerarse. Eso es lo que, o si hay algún altercado, podemos calmar eso. Eso es lo que hacemos el procedimiento.
We have about 4 or 5 people, security agents outside, or when we are clearing, making sure that the people are clear, and in case that there is anything that they can intervene.
So how long do they remain? Do they remain until all guests have departed or until the crowd? Tell me, how long do they remain within the vicinity?
¿Cuánto tiempo se quedan? ¿Cuánto tiempo se quedan ahí alrededor hasta que se van todos los clientes, o cuánto tiempo se quedan los guardias de seguridad afuera?
Hasta nosotros a la puerta porque cuando empieza ya la gente, cuando ya para, normalmente toma entre unos 15 minutos en salir todas las personas. Ya cuando ya están,
Interpreter needs a repetition. Señor, se le corta demasiado la llamada, no le puedo entender. ¿Puede ir a un lugar donde tenga mejor señal? Interpreter
okay.
just suggested if he could move to a place where he has a better signal.
Okay. ¿Me puede escuchar ahora?
Sí. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Normalmente toma entre unos 15 minutos el poder sacar toda la gente de adentro para afuera, y una vez que ya están todos afuera se quedan todavía la seguridad por unos 10, 15 minutos hasta que ya la gente despeje, y una vez despejado nosotros aseguramos la puerta de afuera de la salida, porque también nosotros seguimos trabajando adentro con la limpieza, con todas las cosas más que hacemos.
Normally, it takes about 15 minutes for people to leave from inside, to go from inside to outside. It takes about 15 minutes, and then they remain outside for another 10 minutes to make sure all the people are clear. And then we secure the door because we continue inside working, cleaning and doing things like that.
Just generally, do you recall how many log entries, if any, do you have in have you reported, or I'm sorry, have you recorded in 21 and in 22 of incidents?
Generalmente, ¿cuántos incidentes ha usted reportado o ha anotado que han sucedido en el 2021 o en el 2022?
Sí, hubo un incremento de incidentes a lo que era antes de la pandemia. Sí hay un poco más de incrementos de los incidentes.
Yes, there was an increase of incidents to what it was before the pandemic.
I'm sorry, I did not hear, I didn't understand. What was that?
There was an increase of incidents compared to what it was before the pandemic.
Is it a significant increase, or I'm just trying to find out, or is it a significant increase of incidents, or just, yeah?
Y hay bastantes incidentes que se ha incrementado, ha aumentado bastante los incidentes.
No, solamente como hubo los incidentes de afuera, pero internamente nosotros tenemos controlado todo.
No, there was only the incidents outside, but inside we have everything under control.
Do you recall, like, how many times have you called MPD for assistance last year, and so far this year, have you made any calls to MPD for assistance?
¿Recuerda usted cuántas veces tuvo que llamar al departamento de policía para que vinieran a ayudarlo el año pasado y hasta ahora, si es que ha llamado, tenido que llamar al departamento de policía, cuántas veces?
Que yo recuerdo solamente un par de veces cuando a veces hay una pelea afuera y hay hay una persona que ha agredido. En ese caso llamábamos al departamento de policía para que ellos puedan tomar el caso o que ellos puedan solucionar la solución o el problema, porque nosotros no podemos arrestar a nada a la persona.
As far as I remember, I think it's only one of 5 that was taking place outside, and we called the police because somebody was attacking somebody else. So we called the police for help so that they could so that they could solve the problem, because we cannot arrest the person ourselves.
Was this in 21 or 22?
¿Eso fue en el 2021 o en el 2022?
Eso fue en el 2022, 21, perdón.
That was 2022. I'm sorry, 2021.
Now, it's my understanding, I read somewhere in one of I'm not sure if it's in your report, that there have been 63 calls for service at your address. Are you aware of that?
Según lo que yo entiendo, o lo que está por lo menos en el informe, es que hubo como de 6 a 3 llamadas de servicio. ¿Sabía usted eso?
El cuerpo de seguridad lo hace cuando es necesario.
The security guards do that when it's needed.
No, I'm saying, all right. It was reported that there was, I think in 21, that there were 63 calls for service to your address.
Está, según el informe, en el 2021 hubo 63 llamadas que pedían ayuda desde su dirección.
Is he aware of that? And is that correct?
¿Sabía usted eso? ¿Y ese es correcto?
De tantas no, pero sé de unas cuantas que se ha llamado lo que es necesario, pero sí hay otra gente que llama solamente porque tuvieron algún problema, pero en realidad, que yo sepa, eran llamadas que solo lo hicieron por no sé.
As so many, no, there were some of them were made when it was necessary, but some people call because when they are having a problem, they call because, well, I don't know.
Do you hire reimbursable details?
¿Usted contrata estos detalles reembolsables?
Perdón, ¿qué?
I'm sorry, what is that?
Do you hire the MPD reimbursable detail?
¿Usted contrata a los detalles reembolsables del MPD, del Departamento de Policía?
No, absolutamente.
No.
I think maybe there's a translation issue. Is he aware of the MPD reimbursable detail where you will hire off-duty police officers to work within the vicinity of your establishment?
Sí, a lo mejor es cuestión de la traducción. Esto del detalle reembolsable es que si usted contrata a personal del Departamento de Policía que está de descanso para que esté vigilando en los alrededores de su negocio.
Perdón, no lo escuché bien.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you well.
Can you ask him to repeat it, please?
¿Puede repetirlo, por favor?
No lo escuché bien.
I couldn't hear you well.
All right, let me repeat the question. I think there's a beep in someone's phone, and I'm not quite sure. Keep on hearing a beep. All right.
Hay un ruido de un teléfono de alguien que está haciendo beep. No estoy seguro de dónde.
All right. All right. Ask him if he has a security plan.
Your Honor, interpreter, kindly suggest that you speak directly to avoid further misunderstandings. Talk directly.
I said, ask him. I'm asking a different question, ma'am. That's what I said. Does he have a security plan? Do you have a security plan?
¿Tiene usted plan de seguridad?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you aware that in your security plan that you're supposed to have MPD reimbursable details on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays between 11:30 and 4 a.m.?
¿Sabe usted de que de acuerdo con su plan de seguridad tiene que tener estos policías contratados los viernes, sábados y domingos de las 11:30 de la noche a las 4 de la mañana?
Sí, nosotros hemos tratado de que siempre estuviera la presencia de los oficiales, pero
Interpreting a repetition. Se está cortando otra vez el señor Uriona. Por favor.
sí, nosotros hemos tratado de comunicarnos con ellos. Antes sí, lo teníamos y lo tenemos algunas veces, pero ellos tienen
Unable to interpret. Se está cortando su llamada, señor Uriona. No le puedo escuchar.
ojalá,
Hola.
sí. Tal vez puede hablar con el manager de seguridad, con Lorenzo, pero no tengo buena señal en este momento. Tal vez él puede responder igual todas las preguntas.
Maybe you can talk to the security manager with Lorenzo because I don't have very good signal where I am. Maybe he can answer the questions.
And who is that?
¿Y quién es él?
Él es manager también de Bravo.
He's Bravo's manager.
Is he on the line? I can ask him the question.
Él está aquí en la llamada.
Sí, está en la línea, está en la línea.
Yes, he's on the line.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Sí, señor.
All right, Mr. De Silva. It's correct that you're the general manager for the facility, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Señor De Silva, es correcto que usted es el gerente del lugar, ¿verdad? Sí, señor, correcto.
Are you aware that per your security plan that you're supposed to have reimbursable details on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights between 11:30 and 4 a.m.?
¿Usted está de acuerdo con su plan de seguridad? Tiene que tener estos policías contratados viernes, sábado y domingo de 11:30 a 4 de la mañana.
See, yes, we have them, and we've always had them. They just did not have enough available sometimes, and so sometimes we don't have them. But we've always been paying for reimbursable.
Sí, sí los tenemos y siempre los hemos tenido. Simplemente a veces no tienen suficientes para que estén ahí presentes, pero hemos estado siempre pagando ese detalle reembolsable.
Now, from what I see, November 28th was a Sunday, and do you know whether or not specifically security detail RDOs were requested for that day?
Bueno, parece que el 28 de noviembre fue domingo. ¿Sabe usted si estos agentes de seguridad de la policía se les contrataron para que fueran ese día?
Yes, I believe so. We were in good standing. We just did not have officers there.
Sí, yo creo que nosotros estábamos en buena posición, simplemente los oficiales, los agentes no estaban ahí.
I'm asking two different questions, sir. The question I'm asking, not whether or not you're in good standing, is whether or not was a specific request made to have RDO on the day in question. That's the question I'm asking.
No, le estoy haciendo dos preguntas diferentes, señor. No si usted estaba en una buena posición, sino que si había pedido específicamente, si usted había pedido ese día que estuviera un agente de seguridad ahí.
I guess we're always supposed to have an RDO out there.
Creo que siempre se supone que tenemos que tener a alguien ahí.
We pay Brenda and she sends them out. I look at the emails, and when there's not sufficient officers, she lets us know. I think that's what was happening during that month. We had some sort of email exchange. But yes, we're always monitoring it and wondering, because sometimes we've gone for a long span without, and so we're wondering what's going on. So I think during that time, we got the explanation that they were just short-staffed.
Sí, siempre los debemos de tener ahí siempre. Nosotros le pagamos a renta todo el tiempo, nada más que a veces no tienen suficientes agentes y nos avisan, nos dice que a veces no se puede. Sí, veo que tuvimos un intercambio de correos electrónicos. Sí, a veces porque a veces se pasa mucho tiempo que no mandan a nadie, pero nosotros como quiera, sí pagamos y pedimos que vayan, pero no siempre pueden. Parece que en esa época tenían el problema con tener suficientes.
So let me ask you a question. What's the process of, does the RDO, do the RDO officers, are they there every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or do you have to request for them to show up? That's what I'm trying to establish.
Oh, they're there every,
¿Cuál es el proceso? El proceso es que usted tiene ahí siempre un agente de la policía viernes, sábado y domingo, o tiene usted que hablar y pedir específicamente que vayan. ¿Cómo funciona eso? Es lo que estoy tratando de establecer.
exactly, sir. Yes, it's reoccurring.
All right, so you do not have to make an affirmative request to MPD for them to send RDO. It's based on the relationship between yourself and Brenda Smith from MPD that whenever, if they are available, RDO is at your establishment without you specifically requesting them. That's what I'm just trying to find out.
Sí,
Correct.
señor,
Yes, sir.
exactamente así es. Bueno, sí, entonces lo que estoy tratando de averiguar es si es un proceso así recurrente o con RDO usted tiene que hablar y decir que los manden o simplemente cuando ellos están disponibles es cuando se los mandan. Es lo que estoy tratando de entender. Sí, señor.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions by any other board member?
Ok, gracias. ¿Hay alguna otra pregunta por parte de algún otro miembro de la Junta?
All right. Okay, no questions by any board members. Before I wrap this up, any final statement you want to make, Mr. Urena?
Muy bien, entonces no hay ninguna pregunta por parte de la Junta. Antes de cerrar, quiero saber si hay alguna declaración final que quiera hacer usted, señor Ullana.
No, gracias, no, está bien.
No, thank you. No, that's fine.
May I add something, Lorenzo de Silva, the manager?
El gerente
Yes,
Lorenzo de Silva le gustaría añadir algo. ¿Puedo?
Yes, Mr. De Silva, go ahead.
Sí, señor de
Just
Silva, adelante.
wasn't mentioned, but during that period of time, Edgar had fired the promoter that we had extra. So we don't want any of that crowd that was coming in. And then we also have taken steps to acquire a ID scanning company to come in, and then we're going to connect with a cloud network so that anybody that gets scanned in other venues that get banned from there will be informed, and we can share that information with the police officer, and make the community a safer place. And so we're paying about $15,000 for an upgraded on that end security. Just wanted to let you know.
Sí, nada más que quería avisar que también que precisamente se despidió a ese promotor. No queremos ese tipo de gente que venga ahí, entonces se le despidió a ese promotor y también estamos en el proceso de contratar a una compañía que escanea los IDs y también se conecta con la nube para que si hay alguna persona que esté prohibida o no sea persona grata en cualquier establecimiento, nosotros informamos y también nosotros nos enteramos para que la comunidad esté más segura. Estamos pagando como $15,000 para tener una mejor comunidad.
Thank you for providing that clarification, Mr. De Silva.
Gracias por aclarar eso, señor Da Silva.
All right. I will thank you, Mr. Urena, for making yourself available. The board will take this matter under advisement.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Muchas gracias, señor Uriona, por ponerse a nuestra disposición y también vamos a tener por parte de la mesa directiva, vamos a averiguar. Perdón, presidente.
Mr. Short, I'd asked the board if they had any questions, and so therefore I was given prior to wrapping up the hearing, I was given the licensee a final opportunity to make a concluding statement for us to log on. I didn't realize, yes, Mr. Short.
Mr. Chair, if you could, or if you would.
Señor, disculpe, señor Shorts, pero yo había preguntado si alguien alguno de los miembros de la Junta tenía alguna pregunta que hacer. Y entonces por eso me tomé la libertad de empezar a hacer las declaraciones de clausura, porque pensé que nadie más quería hacer ninguna pregunta.
So do you have a question you want to ask, Mr. Short?
¿Tenía alguna pregunta que quería hacer, señor Short?
Mr. Short, you have to give the translator an opportunity to translate before you respond, okay?
Señor Short, antes de responder, dele oportunidad a la intérprete para que traduzca.
This question is for the general manager.
Esta pregunta es para el gerente general.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
Mr. De Silva, are you familiar that the District of Columbia has passed a new law, or it's going to be enacted very soon, that all security officers in the District of Columbia have to be registered with the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police Department?
¿Usted sabía, señor Da Silva, que hay una nueva ley en el Distrito de Columbia donde todos los agentes de seguridad se tienen que registrar en el departamento de MFC para que estén registrados en el Distrito de Columbia?
Yes, I did hear about that. Can I put you, if Mike Lawson, he's our head of security, if he's on here, could I put you with him?
Oh, thank you. I just want to make sure that you're aware of it. Okay. And also, one other thing I'd like for you to do, since you say you're going to spend a lot of money with your ID, are you willing to put that as a part of your license?
Bueno, sí sabíamos de eso. Si gusta, usted puede hablar con el señor Mike Lawson, que es el jefe de seguridad y se encuentra aquí presente. No, gracias, no es necesario. Nada más quería asegurarme que usted supiera que hay esa nueva ley. Y también lo que me gustaría decirles es que si están dispuestos a gastar todo ese dinero en la cuestión de las identificaciones, ¿estaría dispuesto a poner eso en la licencia?
I don't see why not. Right? But I would have to ask counsel on that, I guess. It would have to go through Edgar, of course.
Okay, I was just checking with you, sir, and that's all I have for right now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Bueno, eso es todo lo que tenía para usted. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Short. All right. Any other, before I'm going to bring this hearing to a close, any questions by anyone else?
¿Alguna otra pregunta que tenga alguien más antes de cerrar?
All right. Thank you for your appearance today. The board will take this matter under advisement, meaning that based on our findings today, we will either refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for further development if we believe that a violation of our rules occur, or if we do not believe a violation occur, then this matter will take no further action.
Muy bien, entonces la mesa directiva va a tomar bajo consideración todo lo que se dijo aquí y basados en eso, entonces si nosotros concluimos que hubo una violación o una infracción a las reglas, entonces se pasará este asunto ante la Fiscalía General de Justicia. Y si concluimos que no hubo ninguna infracción a las reglas, entonces no se desarrollará nada más y no se necesitará ninguna otra acción.
All right, thank you very much.
May I say one thing, Mr. Donovan?
Yes, Mr. De Silva.
So I just remembered you were asking a question about the bathrooms and how many guards we had posted there. We have one male by the men's bathroom, and we have one female right by the female's bathroom, directing traffic and making sure people are out of the bathroom and enough people are going in.
Entonces, sí, quería solamente responder. Usted había hecho la pregunta de que cuántos guardias de seguridad tenemos por los baños. Tenemos un guardia de seguridad varón en el baño de los hombres y otro afuera también que en el baño de las mujeres, que es una mujer. para asegurarse de que la gente entra y salga y esté manejando y controlando el tráfico y que cuando la gente entra y sale de los baños.
Thank you very much, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So as I said before, the board will take this matter under advisement and will advise you what further developments, if any, the board will take. Thank you very much. Have a great
Entonces,
day.
muchísimas gracias. Entonces, la Junta va a tomar esto bajo consideración y les vamos a avisar si es que hay alguna otra acción o no. Muchas gracias y que tengan bonito día.
You're free to go, Mr. Pierre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Muchas gracias.
All right, bye-bye. All right. We're at the end of our agenda items for the day, and so I'm going to close the record. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on March 2nd, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for March 2nd, 2022, as published in the DC Register on February 25th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call motion, a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
Are you there, Mr. Cato?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that we close this hearing? I was taking a motion.
Bobby Cato agrees.
All right. And Mr. Anderson agrees. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who have participated in this hearing today. Thank you for your participation. Also would like to thank the board members who have participated today. And now we're now adjourned for the day, and I will ask that all board members return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much.